companies do, and along the line, they are unable to deliver on these promises. Omega Pro pays you a consistent, sustainable daily return. Finally, Omega Pro is a global, ethical company that is totally transparent in their businesses. They have made it very simple for everyone to participate in the Forex business and to make serious money in Forex. With Omega Pro, there are no hidden charges or monthly subscriptions. Other companies require a monthly subscription to train you and to give you signals to trade, etc. But with Omega Pro, you are always making profit, as there is no such time that you pay any hidden charge or any subscription. You simply purchase a package and they trade for you. Finally, Omega Pro has traders who have been trading Forex for over 15 to 20 years. These traders are very experienced. They are highly skilled, and it is this same select set of institutional traders that the banks and other major financial institutions are using to trade and make profit consistently. Regular people like you and I cannot afford such traders, but Omega Pro gives you the platform to link up these institutional traders, and they trade for you and they make profit for you every single day.
So who exactly can benefit from Omega Pro?
Basically anybody who is 18 years and above can benefit from Omega Pro. You don't need to know anything about Forex. You just leave it to the professionals in Omega Pro. Just like the same way you buy shares without being a stockbroker, with the hope that the shares will appreciate. It's the same way you make money in Forex. Housewives can trade Forex. Students can trade Forex. Workers, business people, politicians, everybody who desires to make money in the Forex business can trade Forex.
I'm so excited. How do I become a part of Omega Pro? We now have a new Omega Pro training hub in Port Harcourt. It is located at number 79 Stadium Road, directly opposite the Federal Inland Revenue Service FIR's office on Stadium Road, just after the Mommy B Junction. Exciting news. There will also be an Omega Pro live presentation taking place on Saturday, 20th March 2021. The venue is the Mattel Gold Hotel, number 91 Stadium Road, behind Livegate Church, opposite Mommy B Junction, Paragon Imaging. We have two sessions, the first being at 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and the second at 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. For seat reservations, text VIP to any of the following numbers: 0803 547 9947 or 0809 120 8398 or 0816 236 4769. Again, the numbers to text VIP to are 0803 547 9947 or 0809 120 8398 or 0816 236 4769. Please come with your face masks. If you're tired of working hard for money and want your money to start working for you, don't miss this presentation.
So you have been talking about this training hub. What exactly is it about?
At the training hub, we tell you everything you need to know about trading Forex at Omega Pro. For seat reservations, text VIP to any of the following numbers: 0803 547 9947 or 0816 236 4769 or 0809 120 8398. The numbers again to text VIP to are 0803 547 9947 or 0816 236 4769 or 0809 120 8398.
Oh, that's wonderful. Engineer Kayode, do you have any last comments?
Yes, exactly. At a time like this, when so many Businesses are shutting down, people are losing their jobs in droves, and there's recession all over the place. Omega Pro says you don't have to groan and complain again. Omega Pro makes it possible for everyday people like you and I to participate in the Forex market and to begin to make serious money in Forex every day. Why not let Omega Pro trade for you? Pick a package today and begin to earn money every day, every week, and every month. Thank you, and I'll see you in Omega Pro shortly.
Thank you very much.
Every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello there, good evening. This is the World News on a Premium Talk Radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Wisdom Obina in the headlines. President Muhammadu Buhari mourns death of Tanzanian President John Magufuli. Bill for law to amend Section 32 of River State Public Procurement Law scales through first reading on floor of River State House of Assembly. First Lady Aisha Buhari back in Nigeria after spending 6 months in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. On the foreign scene, Samia Hassan set to become first female president of Tanzania after John Magufuli's sudden death. Now, the details. A bill for law to amend Section 32 of the River State Public Procurement Law No. 4 of 2008 has scaled through the first reading on the floor of the River State House of Assembly. This follows a letter sent to the State Assembly by the State Governor, Nyesom Wike, requesting that the bill be amended, requesting for an advance payment of more than 30% of the contract sum as mobilization fee. The majority leaders of the House, Martin Amehule, said when passed into law, may be cited as River State Public Procurement Amendment Law of 2021.
To amend Section 32 of the River State Public Procurement Law No. 4 of 2008 and for other connected matters therewith. Mr. Speaker, the bill has three clauses, and when passed into law may be cited as the River State Public Procurement Amendment Bill Law of 2021. By the leave of Mr. Speaker and the entire House, I proceed to lay the bill.
The Speaker of the House, Ikunyi Owajigbani, said the bill may authorize advance payment of more than the contract sum to any supplier under the provision subject to the ratification of the River State Executive Council.
Law No. 4 of 2008, Amendment Bill for the consideration and enactment into law by the River State House of Assembly. The bill seeks to amend the existing law to provide and allow for the payment of mobilization fee above the 30% threshold in case of reputable contractors with the River State Government and other details. Thank you for the usual cooperation from the House. To amend Section 32 of the River State Public Procurement Law No. 4 of 2008 and for other matters connected therewith. HA 21, first reading taken.
Our correspondent reports that the House adjourned sitting till next week, Monday, 22nd of March, 2021. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has said it is not excited about the approval of $1.5 billion for the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery until the project is completed. River State Chairman of IPMAN, Obili Ngechu, in his reaction, made reference to the previously approved projects in the country that were never implemented or completed. Ngechu, however, said the rehabilitation of the refinery is a welcome development.
We as stakeholders in the industry will not want to start beating our drums and start comments dancing for them on the note that approval has been given. Recall that the approval for the construction of the East-West Road has been given since 60 years ago or 30 years ago, but we are here to see the completion of the project. So in Nigeria, trust is gone and no person will dance at the news of any approval until when we see machines as side and men as side that they are actually committed to the project. So, but in a nutshell, it's a good news that the approval has been given, but we will refuse to dance until when we see them aside. So if our refiners are working, it will be an end to importation of petroleum products and Nigerians will buy products at the best price. So but we'll wait until we see that outside, until we see the refinery work.
The zonal leadership of the Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Petroan, has assured that if all stakeholders in the oil and gas industry adhere to the instructions of the government, there may be stability in substantial price reduction of fuel from next week. Speaking to our correspondent, Ifunaya Obemendukwe, the zonal chairman of the retail outlet owners, Sonny Ngbe, said this can only be achieved if private depots sell fuel at the government stipulated price, adding that marketers sell in accordance with what they buy in depots.
The emphasis was on the depot facility operators to make sure that they sell the product to the retail outlet owners at the recommended ex-depot price of the approved ex-depot price of government, so that the retail outlet owners can as well sell to public at the stipulated government price of about 160 to 165. You will agree with me that if the action is not taken from the private depots, there is no magic that we can do to make sure prices come down at the depots. The idea of using the retail outlets as a scapegoat should not be, because today we have been at the receiving end. We have virtually been thrown under the bus. If we actually go ahead and follow the government, what government is doing, we should be able to achieve a normalcy of substantial price reduction next week.
Mpe, however, said that the Department of Petroleum Resources, DPR, has already instructed that private depot owners should sell petroleum products to petroleum marketers at the government-approved price.
The government has given a presidential directive through the minister and the GMB. We are committed in making sure that we all achieve normalcy. So as a matter of fact, I want to calling on the depot facility operators and the PDOs, private depot operators, to make sure that they adhere to the meeting resolution we had, and make sure that they make product available to the retail outlet owners at the recommended and approved price of ex-depot price of 148.17 naira per litre, so that this product can be available.
The Petron Zonal Chairman further called on depots, facility owners and private depot owners to adhere to the resolution held with the government. The last has not been heard about the fight that broke out between the people of Okurama and Abuluma communities in Port Harcourt local government. This is as some stakeholders in Abuluma community have come out to tell their own side of the story. The chairman of the Community Development Committee of Okurama Community, Gospar Seyofori, had allegedly accused Abuluma community of starting the fight. But the immediate past chairman of Abuluma Council of Chiefs, Tamano Kombia Gudi, is accusing Okurama community of instigating the fight, which led to the death of some persons, while 7 others sustained various degrees of injuries. Tamano Kombia Gudi called on the River State governments and security agencies to intervene on the face-off in order to curb further breakdown of law and order in the community.
The DPO said, let us maintain status quo. And to our greatest surprise, we begin to see Dokuru people begin to go shooting and fighting us. Even right now, they are even fighting us. But we, as peace-loving community, we want to respect the security agency so that we will not go against the law. For peace to prevail, I invite the government to intervene with immediate effect, because if it goes beyond that, our people too will be aggrieved to take the other part of the law. I want the security agency to be on ground, especially the disputed area where has been in crisis.
On his part, a traditional ruler in Abloma community, Adokiene Tam Micah, said the community is shocked that Okurama community is now claiming ownership of adjoining communities, even when the land they are occupying was given to them by Abloma community.
They are our customary tenants by previous judgments. In 1954, Okuru sued us to court. We won them before Okuru Native Authority. In 1956, Okurama and Uruboko went to court, and Okuru said Abloma settled him there, and Okuru won the matter. In fact, the white man that delivered the judgment said Okurama is inside Abloma by the submission of Uruboko, the defendants, and the claimant, Okuru. That Okuru is inside Abloma. And who gave them land? All the land we gave them was 32.08 acres of land. After building them, the rest of the land, they bought it from Abloma.
Meanwhile, the River State Commissioner of Police, Friday Ebuka, and other senior ranking officers of the State Police Command have held a closed-door meeting with stakeholders from Okurama and Abloma communities as part of efforts to resolve the issues between the two communities. Recall that we brought you a report yesterday that both communities experienced unrest after a fight broke out between the two communities in the area. The fight resulted to sporadic shooting that lasted for hours, which led to several people sustaining injuries and the alleged killing of two persons, a report in which the spokesman of River State Police Command, Nnamdi Omoni, had dismissed. Our correspondent Uchende Jowo reports that neither the Commissioner of Police nor any member of the warring communities spoke to newsmen at the end of the meeting. In the meantime, security agencies have been deployed to the area, patrolling every street in the area. A federal high court sitting in Abuja has declared Ifeanyi Ararume as the winner of the December 5th, 2020 Imo North Senatorial District by-election. Justice Taiwo, in his judgment, held that Ararume remained the authentic candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC. The judge also ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to issue a certificate of return to Ararume within 72 hours from the delivery of the judgment for him to be formally inaugurated by the Senate President. Absence of the prosecution counsel stalled trial of 14 associates and workers of the former governor of Imo State, Senator Rochas Okorocha, in an Owerri magistrate court. The 14 workers of Senator Okorocha were on February 22nd, 2021, accused of conspiring to disobey lawful order issued by the state by removing the seal of the state government and entering the sealed premises of Royal Spring Palm Hotel and apartments belonging to Okorocha. The Director of Public Prosecution, who is the State Counsel, SC Ibechim, informed the court that he had taken ill and was only in the court to explain his inability to continue prosecution of the case. He said he needed to consult his doctor for medical attention and prayed for the matter to be adjourned. The defense counsel, Eddie Onyema, did not object to the prayer made by prosecution counsel Ibechim. The matter was subsequently adjourned to April 22nd, 2021 for continuation of prosecution by the magistrate B.U. Adikaibe. Less than 24 hours after about 300 primary and secondary school teachers in Imo State protested over the non-payment of their salaries, no fewer than 1,500 civil servants in the state have blocked the entrance gate to the state government house in Owerri in protest over their unpaid 12 months salary arrears. The protesters also blocked one lane of the government house roundabout, stopping vehicles from going in and out of the government house. The protest caused panic at the government house, and security men manning the exit entrance battled in vain to disperse the protesting workers. Carrying their letters of appointments and postings, the angry workers said that they were at the government house to prove to the state governor, Hope Uzodinma, that they were not ghost workers or fraudsters. The Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma, had declared that those who had yet to receive their salaries up to date were ghost workers and fraudsters. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Isiaka Amao, has vowed that kidnapping and banditry in the northwest will soon be over. Speaking during an operational visit to the Nigerian Air Force Base in Kaduna State, Air Marshal Amao warned the criminals to prepare for the worst. He stated that the military would go after bandits and kidnappers in line with President Muhammadu Buhari's directive to bring back sanity and allow farmers to go to their farms without fear. Amao gave an assurance that the military was ready to deal decisively with bandits, terrorists, and other criminals disturbing the peace in the country. He also promised that the welfare of personnel of the Nigerian Air Force would be prioritized in order to boost their morale in the line of duty.
Working towards that with the other security agencies, the platforms are ready for the operations, and we also liaising with the army and the other ground troops for the operation. The message I've sent to the bandits is that we are coming.
You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Hello there, welcome back to the World News on our premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM. It's 15 minutes gone past the hour of 6. Thanks for staying tuned. Members of the Nigerian Governors Forum have backed the continued rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccine across the country. The governors insisted that the vaccine was safe for use, stressing that no side effects had been reported by those who have so far received the jabs in Nigeria. The concerns about the use of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which had been suspended in some countries, formed part of the discussions at the meeting of the NGF. The meeting, which was presided over by the NFG chairman and Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi, received a brief on the status of the vaccine rollout from its COVID-19 Technical Advisory Group, led by renowned virologist Professor Oyewole Tomori. In its briefing, CTAG recommended that Nigeria should continue to vaccinate all eligible persons with AstraZeneca vaccine in line with the latest recommendations of the World Health Organization. The governors in their response reiterated their belief in the safety of the AstraZeneca vaccine and decided to continuously encourage uptake of the vaccines by all eligible persons in their states. The latest SFTAS results show that 28 states achieved the disbursement-linked indicator to strengthen their procurement function for COVID-19 or emergency situations and facilitate the participation of SMEs in public procurement in the resilient recovery phase. President Muhammadu Buhari has mourned the death of Tanzanian President John Magufuli, who died at the age of 61. President Buhari's condolence message was contained in a statement signed by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Garba Shehu. In his statement, President Buhari said the legacy of patriotism and dedication to the African cause by late President Magufuli will continue to resonate across the continent. President Buhari also said that the former Tanzanian leader spent most of his life serving the country and humanity, with a rich pedigree of working as a school teacher and rising steadily in public service as a member of parliament, deputy minister of works, minister of lands and human settlement, and minister of livestock and fisheries. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has said that Nigeria will require 2.3 trillion over the next 30 years to address the infrastructural deficit confronting the country. VP Osinbajo said since government's resources were completely insufficient, the only way to bridge the gap was by public-private partnership arrangement in one form or the other. In a statement, his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Laolu Akonde, the vice president, spoke at the opening of a 2-day retreat of the National Council on Privatization, which will, among other things, deliberate the proposed amendment of the Public Enterprises, Privatization and Commercialization Act 1999. First Lady Aisha Buhari is back in the country after spending 6 months in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The First Lady, who silently relocated abroad after one of her daughters, Hanan, got married in September 2021. Aisha is currently at a presidential villa in Abuja. She was said to have returned to the country on Wednesday night. On the foreign scene, Samia Hassan is set to become the first female leader to lead Tanzania after John Magufuli's sudden death. Under the Tanzanian constitution, 61-year-old Hassan will serve the rest of Magufuli's second 5-year term, which does not expire until 2025. Hassan, who was a former office clerk and development worker, began her political career in 2000 in her native Zanzibar, a semi-autonomous archipelago, before being elected to the National Assembly on mainland Tanzania and assigned a senior ministry. A ruling party stalwart, she rose through the ranks until being picked by Magufuli as his running mate in his first presidential election campaign in 2015. Elsewhere, United States President Joe Biden has said that Russian President Vladimir Putin is going to pay following a U.S. intelligence report that linked Moscow to an influence campaign that sought to swing the 2020 United States election for former President Donald Trump. The report, which was published by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, concluded that Moscow sought to push influence narratives that included misleading or unsubstantiated claims against Biden to U.S. media organizations, U.S. officials, and prominent U.S. individuals, including some close to former President Trump and his administration. It also concluded that Putin was aware and probably directed the campaign to undermine Biden, putting Trump in a good light. In an interview with ABC News, Biden said he had warned Putin there would be repercussions to any confirmed meddling. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Muhammadu Buhari has mourned the death of Tanzanian President John Magufuli. The bill for a law to amend Section 32 of the Rivers State Public Procurement Law has scaled first reading on the floor of the Rivers State House of Assembly. The First Lady, Aisha Buhari, has arrived in Nigeria after spending 6 months in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. And on the foreign scene, we told you that Samia Hassan is set to become the first female president of Tanzania after John Magufuli's sudden death. That was the news as edited by Ifunanya Ubemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Wisdom Obina. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Returns Market's new office alert. Hooray! Returns Market's multi-purpose cooperative society is finally here with a unique formula to better the lives of its members. Now has its new Port Harcourt address at number 31 GU Ake Road, immediately after Mercy House by Farm Road 1, Eliozu, Port Harcourt. Returns Market has other subsidiary companies such as Returns Consultancy Nigeria Limited, Returns Industries, Returns Security Services Limited, Returns Housing Limited. These new brands shall only make it better in our society. For more inquiries, you can contact our offices today at Returns House, number 33B, Rumola Stadium Link Road, after NMPC Filling Station, Rumola, Port Harcourt, or number 31 GU Ake Road, immediately after Mercy House by Farm Road 1, Eliozu, Port Harcourt. Call us now on 0903-461-4444 or 0815-518-9002 or visit our website at www.returnsmarketcooperative.com. Choose financial freedom. Choose Returns Market Multi-Purpose Cooperative Society Limited.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
This is the champion section, and anything less than that get a hasty rejection. I point you in the direction where you can train for the next one. I make my entrance, dribbling, bending, fast like an engine. Can't you see me trending? So anytime that you see me on the field, I'm defending my title, I'm rightfully legend.
very good evening and welcome to Soccer Nation. This is the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. My name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite melanin sports presenter. And of course, in the next 15 minutes, I will be bringing you the biggest and the most trending football stories making the rounds. We start from the Nigerian Professional Football League, where we did have 3 games being played in the NPFL today. We start with that one involving Katsina United and Rangers International, as the home side, Katsina United, defeated Rangers 2-0, with Rashid Ahmed putting the side in front in the 16th minute, and just 7 minutes before the 90-minute mark, Joseph Atule made it 2 for Katsina United. That match ended 2-0 in favor of the Katsina side, while in Jos, Plateau United defeated Sunshine Stars 3-1. Well, Uche Ochowich opened the scoring for the host just 7 minutes after kickoff, and then Ibrahim Mustafa made it 2 from the penalty spot in the 25th minute. 10 minutes later, it was Uche Onwasoya who got the third for Plateau United in the 35th minute, and just before the full-time whistle was blown, Kehinde Adeyemi pulled one back for Sunshine Stars. So that one ended 3-1 in favor of Plateau, while Nasarawa United also, they did defeat Dakara FC 3-0, and it was Ikenna Ofo. They opened the score. The man opened the scoring in the 7th minute from the penalty spot, and then he got a second in the 34th minute, but that was not until after Silas Nwankwo had put Nasarawa United, made it 2-0 against Dakara in the 9th minute, just 2 minutes after Ikenna Ofo got that goal. Ikenna Ofo eventually added to his tally in the 34th minute, getting 2 goals in that game, confirming the result. Nasarawa United defeating Dakara FC 3-0. So just running through the match day 16 games, starting from the games played yesterday and to the ones played today. Well, only 2 teams were able to pick up points away from home, with Jigar Golden Stars doing that when they visited Warri Wolves, and Abia Warriors also picking up a point after playing out a 1-1 draw with Adamawa United. Well, Akwa United defeated FC Fan Ubai yesterday. Rivers United were 2-0 better than MFM FC. Heartland FC of Owerri defeated Wiki Tourists 2-0, and Kano Pillars also beat Kwara United 2-0 as well. Katsina United 2, Rangers International 0, and Nasarawa United defeated Dakara FC 3-0, and Plateau United defeated Sunshine Stars 3-1. The game between Eyimba and Lobby Stars, of course, was postponed due to Eyimba's continental engagements. Still talking Nigerian football, the technical advisor of Kano Pillars Football Club, Leonel Emmanuel, has resigned. Well, the club media officer, Riwanu Malikawa, said that in a statement yesterday in Kano. According to the media officer, the resignation letter was tendered to the club 2 hours just before Pillars' home match against Kwara United. He says the French tactician has absconded from his duty as the technical advisor since after the match day 15 fixture away to Abia Warriors, which the team lost by 4-1. And he was not cited today at the Ahmadu Bello Stadium, Kaduna, the venue of Pillars' home matches. To the national team we go, as Super Eagles coach Gernot Rohr has called up young forward Paul Onwachu for the 2021 African Cup of Nations qualifiers against Benin Republic and Lesotho. While Rohr invited Onwachu, who was initially on standby to replace Moses Simon, who has been stopped from joining the Eagles squad by French club Nantes. Well, Onwachu's invitation was confirmed via the NFF Twitter handle yesterday, saying, "I'm following the uncertainty regarding the availability of players based in France due to COVID-19 laws guiding the country. Super Eagles coach Gernot Rohr has extended an invitation to KRC's young striker Paul Onwachu. Henry Oyekuru was earlier called up to replace the injured Samuel Kalu. Well, Nantes had a statement published on their website on Wednesday stating that Simon would not join the Eagles for the AFCON qualifiers.
Ready, set, got your concentration. Hold the conversation. Push your back, swing it back, perfect combination.
Well, the squads for our countries facing crucial qualifiers for the African Cup of Nations will be hit after all players in the top two divisions of French football were banned from leaving Europe. Well, the 40 clubs from Ligue 1 and 2 agreed unanimously to prevent their players from leaving the EU and the European Economic Area because of the quarantine period they would have to undergo on their return to France due to fears of COVID-19 transmission overseas. While upcoming South American qualifiers for the 2022 World Cup were last week postponed to allay such fears, the critical African Cup of Nations games were not. Well, in the absence of an exemption for foreign international players made available to the national team, and in view of the response times imposed by international regulations, the clubs of Ligue 1 and Ligue 2 have decided to unanimously apply the FIFA circular of February 5th, 2021, taking into account the many travel restrictions in the world. In this context, the clubs will not make available for selection the foreign players summoned for matches outside the EU/EEA zone during the next international period in March. Well, this is according to a statement from the Ligue de Football Professionnel. That means no African player playing in the French Ligue 1 or the second-tier league in France would be able to make it for the African Cup of Nations qualifiers. Well, let's head to Europe proper. Starting with this one involving Inter Milan, as their Serie A match this weekend against Sassuolo was postponed on the orders of local health authorities earlier today because of a coronavirus outbreak at the club. Defender Stefan de Vrij and midfielders Matteo Vecino have contracted the virus following the positive cases of defender Danilo D'Ambrosio and goalkeeper and captain Samir Handanovic earlier this week. Well, faced with these new cases, local health authorities in Milan ordered the immediate suspension of any type of team activity for 4 days until Sunday inclusive. Inter said that they would include Saturday's match against Sassuolo in San Siro, so that game would not be played. Moving on to other matters, the postponed Spanish Copa del Rey final from last year will be played without fans. The Spanish Football Federation confirmed earlier today. While reports in Spain have suggested a 20 to 25% capacity could be allowed for the match in Seville next month between Basque rivals Athletic Bilbao and Real Sociedad. Well, the final was postponed last year because of the coronavirus pandemic and then put off to the 3rd of April in the hope that supporters could attend the much anticipated derby. But the federation has said the final will take place behind closed doors with travel restrictions in Spain, ensuring local Bilbao and La Real fans would not be able to go.
Ready, set, got your concentration. Hold the conversation.
Before we go to the Champions League and bring you what's happening in the international scene with a lot of teams already putting up their squad for the international break. Well, Kylian Mbappe's brace and a Mauro Icardi goal saw Paris Saint-Germain beat Lille to reach the French Cup quarterfinals. When Icardi's tap-in, followed by Mbappe's penalty and injury time goal, saw PSG into the last 8 for the 7th straight season. While the defending champions are pursuing a 14th title in the competition. In Ligue 1, leaders Lille still hold a 3-point advantage over Mauricio Pochettino's side, Paris Saint-Germain. With that, we move straight to Europe proper, starting with the game between Chelsea and Atletico Madrid. Well, the Blues reached the quarterfinals of the Champions League for the first time in 7 years with a 3-0 aggregate win over Atletico Madrid. Having established the slender first leg lead, Emerson Palmieri's late strike sealed the win after Hakim Ziyech had earlier put the hosts firmly in control with a low effort after good work from Kai Havertz and Timo Werner. Well, until then, their dominance in possession had not translated into chances in front of goal. And in a nervy opening, they also appeared fortunate to survive a penalty appeal after visiting winger Yannick Carrasco was pulled back by Blues captain Cesar Azpilicueta. While Italian official Daniel Orsato waved away the claim and the incident was not examined by the video assistant referee. Elsewhere, Robert Lewandowski was on the score sheet again as Bayern Munich cruised into the quarterfinals of the Champions League with a win over Lazio. Well, the strikers coolly slotted home a first-half penalty after Leon Goretzka was pushed by Francesco Acerbi. Well, substitute Eric Maxim Choupo-Moting made it 2-0 in the second half with a chip finish from close range. Lazio got one back through Marco Parolo late on, but Bayern sailed through with a 6-2 aggregate win. While Lewandowski was replaced by Choupo-Moting with over 20 minutes remaining, had earlier hit the post with an excellent long-range effort in another threatening performance. So the last 8 of the Champions League is confirmed. Manchester City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Porto, Real Madrid, and of course Bayern Munich also being a part of that last 8. The draws will take place tomorrow right there in Switzerland by 12 p.m. I believe. So by this time tomorrow, Thrin Soccer Nation will be giving you the draws for the quarterfinals. Let's talk about international football, starting with the Three Lions of England. Well, England boss Gareth Southgate has recalled Jesse Lingard, Luke Shaw and John Stones to his squad for the 2022 World Cup qualifiers later this month. Aston Villa striker Oli Watkins and West Brom goalkeeper Sam Johnstone have also been called up for the very first time. Liverpool defender Trent Alexander-Arnold has not been included in the 26-man squad. While England plays San Marino at home on the 25th of March and are away in Albania on the 28th of March and then hosts Poland on the 31st of March. Midfielder Lingard, who's on loan at West Ham from Manchester United, last played for the national team in June 2019. So just running through the England squad: Dean Henderson, goalkeeping position of Manchester United; Sam Johnstone of West Bromwich Albion and Nick Pope of Burnley. Defences: Ben Chilwell, Conor Coady of Wolverhampton Wanderers, Eric Dyer of Tottenham Hotspur, Reece James of Chelsea, Harry Maguire of Manchester United, Tyrone Mings of Aston Villa, Luke Shaw of Manchester United, John Stones of Man City, Kieran Trippier of Atletico Madrid, and Kyle Walker of Manchester City. In midfield is Jude Bellingham of Borussia Dortmund, Phil Foden of Man City, Jesse Lingard of West Ham United, Mason Mount of Chelsea, Calvin Phillips of Leeds United, Declan Rice of West Ham, and James Ward-Prowse of Southampton. While up front is Dominic Calvert-Lewin of Everton, Harry Kane of Tottenham, Marcus Rashford of Manchester United, Bukayo Saka of Arsenal, Raheem Sterling of Manchester City, and Oli Watkins of Aston Villa. We move on to Jamaica as West Ham Mikel Antonio was not one of the 6 England-born players called up by Jamaica for the very first time as a 19-man squad to face the USA was named. The 30-year-old who qualifies for Jamaica through his parents has been approached by the Caribbean nation, but is still to decide whether to switch. Antonio was picked in England squads in 2016 and 2017, but did not play. Watford striker Andre Gray and Reading centre-back Liam Moore were among those to receive their first call-up. Well, let's talk about the UEFA Europa League as Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang could start the second leg of Arsenal's Europa League last 16 tie with Olympiacos on Thursday, that is today. But we will have to earn his place. That's according to the manager, Mikel Arteta. Well, Aubameyang was dropped for Sunday's league win over rivals Tottenham for a breach of pre-match protocol. The striker started in the 3-1 first leg victory over Olympiacos in Greece. Everybody has to obviously perform at the highest level to earn their place in the team, said Arteta. There is no exception with Aubameyang, and we will try to put a really competitive team out to try to win again. It was dealt with on the day. It's been resolved in a really positive way, and we move on. Well, Arsenal did win the very first leg of that game, 3-1, and well, the second leg is being played at the Emirates, and hopefully they'll be able to seal it to go through to the next stage of the competition. Just a few minutes from kickoff that very game. Elsewhere, AC Milan will take on Manchester United, and Paul Pogba, Donny van der Beek and David De Gea could feature in the second leg of United's Europa League last 16 tie AC Milan. However, Edison Cavani, Eric Bailly and Anthony Martial are all ruled out. Zlatan Ibrahimovic has overcome a thigh injury and could play for Milan against his former employers, while Ismail Benassa is also fit for the host, but captain Alessio Romagnoli, Ante Rebic, Davide Calabria and Rafael Leao are all in doubt. Well, with the tie evenly poised at 1-1 after the first leg at Old Trafford, United boss Ole Gunnar Solskjaer had hoped to welcome Cavani back to lead his attack. And the Uruguayan, who has missed the past 3 matches, was named in United's 21-match traveling party for the San Siro match before being withdrawn after suffering an adverse reaction to training on Wednesday. Running through the Europa League games to be played tonight, Arsenal will take on Olympiacos, Dynamo Zagreb versus Tottenham Hotspur, Molde versus Grenada, Shakhtar Donetsk versus Roma, AC Milan up against Manchester United, Rangers versus Slavia Praga, and Villarreal will take on Dynamo Kiev, with Young Boys doing battle with Ajax. And in the France squad, well, Barcelona defender Ousmane Dembele and Tottenham Hotspur midfielder Tanguy Ndombele were recalled to the France squad as the World Cup holders begin their campaign to qualify for next year's tournament in Qatar, with a triple header of matches this month. And time would fail me to go through the full squad for the France national team, but this is where we will be ending the show today. My name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite Melanin Sports presenter, and of course, urging you to stay safe and keep enjoying the best of football. The show does make a return, same time, same frequency tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this,
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
There is a vacancy for a vibrant marketing officer with vast knowledge in media buying and prospecting. You must be capable of innovative thinking and should be result-oriented. Please note, only experienced media marketers. Send your CV to newscareer95@gmail.com.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique style.
In case you missed out on the morning show,
not to worry. Music, gossip, drama. This is Entertainment Recap.
Who doesn't love this?
Entertainment Recap. Every weekday, Monday through Thursday,
6:30 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM. Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio.
Can love you better.
Catch me when you can.
Cause you're Peter Pan, you're no landing never. Have you ever felt this?
okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique style.
And now, the moment you've been waiting for.
This is Port Harcourt's #1. Here we go. Your #1 talk radio station. 95.1 FM. Today.
okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique style.
Bang it. Yeah. Mr. Skills on a mission, them do. No man can play with the antidote. Rapper. And if they start praising, he don't they choke. No man can play with the antidote. Don't play with the antidote. Unless you want faith or you got it smoke. And if they start praising, he don't they choke. No man can play with the antidote. Tonight we party. Tonight we pull up in a Rari. Move to the left, move to the right, come make we faji.
Today 95.1fm. Tonight we party. Tonight we move to the left and the right, and we groove and we move and we dance and we have a very good time on radio. It's Entertainment Recap right here on your Premium Talk News and Sports Station. That's your way you get to hear all the latest juicy gossip and trends and stories in the world of entertainment. My name is Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio, your radio news exotic zaddy, dripping with opulence. And it's a Thursday. And you know how we get to kick it every Thursday. You get to call me up and win something on the show, all right? It's that time where you get to win something courtesy Dave, your exotic zaddy, dripping with opulence, right here on the show, okay? Happy birthday shout out to you if today is your birthday. Congratulations. Okay, and in case you're celebrating something that is remarkable, something that is worth celebrating, congratulations to you, all right? Now, I'm going to tell you how we're going to play the game tonight. I just played this song for you. You're going to call me up and tell me who the artist is, okay? Well, the artist is on the song, all right? It features one of Nigeria's biggest singers on the same song also. So you're going to tell me the name of the song. You're going to tell me the artist. You're going to tell me who the person is, all right? Send a text message to me. Do not call in. Send a text message to me on the number 0701-933-9962. And if you get it correctly, you get to win something courtesy Final Fantasy, all right? You have to win something tonight. If you call in or you text in correctly, I prefer text messages, okay? The first person to tell me who this particular artist is and the name of the song correctly, you stand a chance to win something on the show tonight. Anyways, welcome. I'll be getting along. I'll be calling this particular artist. We'll be talking about something, all right? So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. It's still Entertainment Recap right here on your Premium Talk News and Sports Station. Today, 95.1 FM. We're trying to get through to the particular guest we're supposed to have on the show tonight, but it's not connecting for some particular reasons. But I hope it goes through so we can have this conversation, all right? But anyways, in the meantime, you can guess the name of the particular song I played, and if you get it correctly, you start to win something courtesy Final Fantasy. All right, so hit me up on the text message portal 0701-933-9962. All right, that's the text message portal where you can send in your text messages, and I would love to read them, and I would like to hear from you so I could give it this gift coming from Final Fantasy. All right, now I told you guys some things in the morning, and in case you missed out on the show, do not worry, I'll be here to give you everything you missed out on the show this evening. Okay, we started off with saying that, you know, David O might just be in another movie again, and this time he's set to star as a taxi driver. Not a big African artist who is singing at a very royal wedding. No. This time he's set to star as a taxi driver. So just keep your fingers crossed. Meanwhile, happy birthday shout out to you. Like I said, if today's your birthday, congratulations. And congratulations if you're celebrating and making money like Kanye West, who is now the richest black American man in history. I mean, in history. Not just, I think you should do something for Kanye. Come on. Someone is there hating like, Dave, do you know Kanye? Why clap it for him? I really do not need to see him or know him.
I mean, the brother has been consistent. There is nothing that pays more like consistency. All right. And if anyone is consistent, the best you could do is encourage him or support. Okay. So he's now officially the richest man in black history, the richest black American man in history. Man, it's worth celebrating. A black man, $6.6 billion net worth. Come on. This is really, 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 really big. All right. So congratulations to him. Now, the controversial American musician who turned an entrepreneur is officially the richest black man in the history of America. The 43-year-old rapper's current net worth is approximately at $6.6 billion, which is majorly from his Yeezy fashion brand. And a report published by Bloomberg revealed that Kanye West sneakers and clothing line, which is now in partnership with Gap Inc. and Adidas, is valued about $3.2 billion and $4.7 billion. Now, this is what I thought. I'm like, okay, what's going on with African artists? What's going on with Nigerian artists? Come on, we expected to see someone like Don Jazzy, or we expected to see someone like who's really rich right now, like Davido having his fashion brand, or Wizkid. Okay, Wizkid tried to dabble into it a couple of years back. It was really nice. I saw some designs of what he did. You know, the Nike, everything. But we need to see more of these things going on. And I said something, apart from music, you need to get your hands into some other things. So probably when you don't get the Grammy or something, or you decide to quit music, something else is paying you. All right, it's very important that we learn how to diversify. If it's not music, you get into real estate, get into acting, get into other things that could just get you money. All right, it's about the money. The money. If it's not the money, don't tell me any other thing. All right, but congratulations to Kanye. We're really expecting more from the brother, because right now he's sort of not so distracted anymore. The divorce with Kim Kardashian might just come through. Probably or not come through. She's refused to take away West from her name, probably because, you know, the money's still involved. But we still expect that there might be chances that they get together. At 6.6 billion, I'm sure she might just have a rethink. Like, are you sure this marriage can't work? Probably we should just, you know, just settle it out of divorce. We could just have something out to settle. Not with this divorce right now. All right. Now moving on. I told you that Tenny is set to drop the album, and right now she's been affiliated to a new record label based in London. Okay, the name of the record label is Platoon record label, and this is a platform for her to. It's majorly a distribution company, so it's a platform for her to get her music across the globe, okay? It has the likes of Simi and Mr. Easy. So we're looking forward to seeing the new album by Tenny, on that very, very large scale, that international platform that she's always wanted to have, all right? I'll give the call one more try, and if it doesn't go through, I'm sorry, but I'm still expecting you to send any text. I'm seeing people calling in. Don't call in, send a text message. I want to know who is... Oh, we got a winner. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. We have a winner. Hey, congratulations. This is 2 James, okay? 2 James, congratulations. You said the name of the artist is... Be Warm, and it features Skills. All right, the name of the song is Jeja. So congratulations to you. All right, already. So winners already emerged, and that's just one winner, by the way. So if you're lucky, you might just win something on the show today. But congratulations to you, 2 James. Okay. All right. Do all to come along through to Final Fantasy, located at Alakaya Junction off East West Road, and claim your prize tomorrow. Do not fail. Do not fail. I beg you. All right. Do all to go there and claim your prize. As for those of you who went there last week, congratulations to you. Eddie Chantel, congratulations. And I think again about something like that. Congratulations to you. So we already have a winner. Okay, 2 James, and that's one down, one more to go. Stick around, do not go anywhere. I'll be right back on the show. Okay, and I might just give out something else, another person. Stay tuned. Right, welcome back. Still your premium talk news and sports station Today 95.1 FM. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get through to this particular person. I need her to be on the show tonight. She was supposed to be here a couple of minutes back, but you know the network connection is poor right now. All right, so in the meantime, more stories, okay? We're expected to have B-Wom on the show. She has a new song featuring Skills, dope song. We just heard it, Jeje, and it's a very great tune. And she's a lady, okay? We want to talk about this whole trend of women and everything. Meanwhile, I saw a report by AFP discrediting everything affiliated to Grammys to Tiwa Savage. I know, like it sounds like a very big savage on a pot. Okay, AFP reports discrediting everything affiliated to the Grammys to Tiwa, and you know, one of the Femi Kuti relatives and everything like that. But that's another story for another day. Moving on, Rema has something to say about people not giving him the kind of acknowledgement he deserves because they feel like he's young and he hasn't had too much experience and they feel like he's not doing really much to get the awards. And he's come out to say, look, I know you guys know I'm good and you guys are intimidated by me. Even if you want to keep sweeping my award in, like, you know, sweeping it under the carpet, one day it's going to blossom and everybody's going to see that I'm a really dope artist. Same thing Burna Boy said 2015 when he lost one of the awards at a particular MTV award show. And then I really don't know what happened. Someone came and told him, look, you're not even meant for MTV, okay? You're meant for the Grammys. And he said amen. And the next thing he has the awards then 5, 6, 7 years later. Now, I know most people are asking, okay, does it mean I should say amen when everybody tries to say, type and say amen if something good was going to happen to you this year? I really don't believe that. I mean, I really believe in hard work, okay? So if you want those things to happen, you really have to work hard, not just type in amen. When you drop something, one very beautiful car on social media and say, if you want this car to be yours this year, say amen. And then you just go there and type amen without working. It doesn't work that way, my brother. All right? Okay, we'll give the call one more try, and then if it doesn't go through, probably we'll get to talk to her another time on the show. Okay. All right, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Am I speaking to B-Wom?
Yes, you are.
All right, good evening. Can you say hi to PH City?
Hi, PH City.
This is for you, B-Wom. So officially, a new queen wants to come and disrupt everywhere. You want to come and break all the tables, and you want to take the shine from the likes of Tiwa Savage and Yemi Alade. You're willing to share?
I'm willing to share. I mean, I don't exactly have to take this. I will share.
All right. And you know, the song is great. Jeje is a very great song, and you know, it's a very wonderful song, features skills. Tell me about the inspiration behind the song, Jeje.
Well, after the pandemic and all that stuff, I just really wanted to make a song that people could move people to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Jeje is like, it's an antidote for you to just get up and move. Get up, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
You're feeling down, just get down. You're feeling, sad, just get down. It's basically just for the underdog. You know, just that vibe that just gets people to stand up and move. I just wanted to make people happy.
All right.
So, yeah.
Has anyone told you sound like someone in the industry?
Well, I'm not sure, but the funny thing is they've always compared me, like my voice sounds like
Good Girl Ellie.
But like that, they don't compare me to the females. It sounds like
a guy.
Yeah.
And then your fashion sense is off the hook also. All right, so we've seen Jeje. Are you working on any project like to drop in 2021?
Yes, I am. I'm working on my debut EP, Confessions of a Rebel. That's supposed to be out next month. Yeah. So Jeje is just a single off the EP.
All right. And then, does it have any guest features? Like we've seen Scales. Do we expect any other person?
Yes, I think I have a feature with P Classic signee singer.
Okay.
Yes, that's it. So it's feature Scales and then singer. If there are any coming, I don't know yet, but
this way you're smiling and laughing like this, I feel like you're hiding something from us. So probably somewhere in the mix, you have one foreign artist on the EP and you're not saying anything now.
That would have been crazy. Funny thing, this EP, I was actually supposed to have an international collaboration.
Okay.
It just didn't make the cut. The song doesn't make it to the EP.
All right. So right now, we saw the Grammys and we saw everything, and we're seeing everything happening in the world of entertainment, especially from Nigeria, representing globally, and everybody's talking about us. I mean, some Ghanaians are already saying, "Look, if you're not comfortable, you can move over to Nigeria because right now Nigeria is taking everyone on their shoulders." What do you think? Do you see yourself, moving and shaking the industry in a couple of years from now?
Well, as you see, the sky is just the starting point. That thing that happened on the night of the Grammys, that was just another extra ginger to add to, the work we've been doing to show that anything is possible.
Yeah.
And truth be told, I can only see things getting better, by the day and by each year that comes.
All right.
So yes, I'm well deserving of it, which I know that by the time I'm fully ready and well deserving, of course we are going for the Grammys.
And
this time around, we are not staying down in Nigeria anymore. We're going out there. Everybody has to get.
Yeah.
Everybody cares. Everything is possible now.
Everything
is possible.
All right. And then for your female colleagues in the industry, we heard reports that AFP came out to debunk the fact that Tiwa Savage wasn't really affiliated to the Grammy and stuff like that. What do you feel this is for? The females, the women doing music in Nigeria. How do you feel this is for you guys right now?
Well, I mean, Niniola won a Grammy, right? Last year. Niniola has a Grammy to her name.
Again, a recognition, yes.
It was a recognition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like everything is a process.
Yeah.
See, Burna Boy lost it last year, but he got it this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, for your name to even be in their mouth, it's an honor. It's a huge honor.
All right.
So, I know that the females in the industry hardly ever get recognized.
Yeah.
And we have to work twice as hard as the males. But I don't think that the platform right now is subduing women. I think there is more opportunities now for women. We still just have to work double hard to get that recognition. But I mean, it's there. It's there. Anyone just grab it.
All right. Thank you very much, B Warm. What's your phone? What's your real name? What's your real name?
My real name is Mary Tonette Alphabet.
Okay. So you're just tweaking everything and giving us the B1 vibe.
B1 is my middle. B1 is just short for Alpha B1. That's my middle.
Oh, all right. Very nice name. So we're looking forward to seeing so many things from you, especially this year.
Sure.
And when the awards start coming in, remember PH reached out to you first off. All right. We're looking forward to having you here.
I super appreciate it. PH,
all right. Thank you very much. Definitely have a conversation another day. Okay.
No problem.
All right. Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful evening. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. That was B1 officially. So we have the call. All right. Definitely one of these days we'll have a conversation with Skills on this, also who was on the track, Jejem. Do all to have yourself a very wonderful evening. For the guy who won, to James, do all to come through to Final Fantasy tomorrow to pick up your prize. But Rafa's already in the building and she's already kicking me out. But I definitely have to go. I'm a gentleman. All right, have yourself a wonderful evening. Do all to follow me in socials. Dave Melford Roberts. She doesn't believe me. Dave Melford Roberts on Instagram. It's Dave_Melford_Roberts. On Facebook, it's David Melford Roberts. On Twitter, it's David_Melford. Okay, I'll leave you with the song. Okay, I feel like I should leave you with the Grammy performance by Burna Boy himself. All right, in case you missed out, this is for you. Okay, have yourself a wonderful evening.
Couldn't level up, I was trying but I couldn't level up, it was rough. I said, start feeling like I had enough, then I contemplate giving up. If you're feeling like you can't level up, I'ma make you not stop at all. Because right when you start feeling like you can't level up, that's when you have to shut the devil up. I remember when I couldn't level up, when my money couldn't level up. Doing what I'm on, seem like there's always another level up. So you always found me looking up. But sometimes, and I'm laughing, I'm out for a rebel up. I hear about my fights in the club. Every day me try level up, so me striking them hard, me go hard until I get to God.
You can do it, whoa. Never, 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 never stop. Come on, some papa wine. You can do it, whoa. Never, 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 never stop. Come on, some papa wine.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
What is happening in your community? Does your community feel government presence? Do you think your community's voice isn't heard by anyone that matters?
Join us on Area Talk, the platform that zones in on happenings in, out, and around your local communities. We focus on the problem and take eyewitness accounts to help us get a better picture on any issue. Every Tuesdays to Thursdays by 7 p.m. on Today's Connect, only on Today 95.1 FM.
I fit to reach you anywhere you day, brother man. You day.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Beautiful evening to you. Thanks for staying tuned in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. The program is Area Talk, your program, our program. Call in and share with us your eyewitness reports and tell us about things happening in and around your community. Focus on the problem and you share your eyewitness reports with us. Good evening to you. My name is Buchira Foa. Looking forward to hearing what your name is and what your eyewitness reports is and sharing with us the situation of things in and around your community. Anything that is of concern to you in your area, on your street, in your community, please, it is of concern to us as well. Do well to call in and share those stories with us. They are not insignificant. They are as vital as the word vital itself. Good evening to you and thanks for staying tuned. Now, an unfortunate incident happened in Rivers State. The police yesterday, they recovered the lifeless body of a man that was tied to a mast belonging to a telecommunication company on Abel Jumbo Street, Mile 2 axis of Port Harcourt. If you're a resident around there, we would really appreciate your eyewitness report. You call in and tell us about what happened and what you witnessed personally. So the residents of the area who woke up to see the deceased expressed shock and immediately alerted the police. Spokesman for the River State Police Command, Nnamdi Omoni, while speaking with newsman, the Punch's correspondent in his office on Wednesday, he gave the identity of the dead man as Onyekachi Onua. Even as he said, the man might have been murdered. In his words, that's Omoni's words now. I can confirm a case of murder reported by the divisional police officer at Zikiwe Police Station this morning, where a corpse was seen on Abel Jumbo Street, Mile 2, Diogo, Port Harcourt, in a place housing a mast belonging to a telecommunication company. The corpse was tied hands and legs, no physical injury, but spots of blood on his mouth. The corpse was later identified to be one Onyekachi Onoa. So far, one person has been arrested and he's helping us in our investigation. The corpse has been evacuated and taken to the mortuary for autopsy, Omoni added. Well, that's the report from Mile 2 axis of Port Harcourt. Like I said, I would really, really, really appreciate your eyewitness reports. For those around Mile 2 axis, call in and tell us about what you witnessed and how it who saw the body first, and if you have any other information, and of course it's factual, please do also share with us on Area Talk. Away from that, this is also a sad one, but I'll still share it with you. It didn't happen at Maltu, or rather it happened at Rumagolu in Obiakpo local government area. So the vigilance group in Rumagolu, they said that they arrested a 19-year-old man for allegedly raping his 13-year-old cousin. Would you call a 19-year-old a man? He's actually up for, it's okay to call him a man. So the group, Rumagolu Security Planning and Advisory Committee, they said that the teenager would be handed over to the police for further action. The ROSPA commander, Henry Amadi, he disclosed this to journalists, and he said that his men also narrated arrested two suspected drug peddlers and recovered some illicit drugs from them. Amadi, who doubles as the Community Development Committee chairman, said the suspects were arrested based on credible information, and he also said that the drug peddlers concealed the substances in a bag. Let me take Amadi's words now. I have 4 suspects here. One is a rape case, which will be transferred to the police for an appropriate action. Then 2 were involved in illicit drug peddling and intake. Those ones will be transferred to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. Meanwhile, the 19-year-old suspect has denied the allegation on him. Here's what he said. He said, "I did not rape her. She used to come to my house, but I did not rape her. I can never lie to you. We used to play like dogs." The spokesman for the State Police Command, Nnamdi Omoni, said he would find out about the cases from the Special Area Command and then get back to the Punch's correspondent. And well, as I said, this particular report from the Punch, he hasn't responded yet. But that is another story. You know, I remember one time while growing up, my grandmother, she used to say, let nobody touch you. And then when she sees you being too familiar with a particular person, no matter how related you are, she always will say something like, "You don't know that is your brother. Why are you playing with him like that?" Or, "You don't know that's your sister. Why are you playing with her like that?" But then it's unfortunate that these days you get to see cases, you get to hear reports of cases where siblings having sexual intercourse with each other. Although unfortunately this particular one is an alleged rape case. Let's see what comes out of that. They didn't clearly state the story of why he's been arrested, how he got arrested, and the side of the lady. But then, just generally speaking, somehow someone will tell me, "Buchi, the world is about to end." So because the world wants to end, you want to be found wanting or guilty. I really hope that parents will do a lot of work protecting their children and sensitizing their children, because it's someone else's child that would rape someone else's child. You cannot rape yourself. So everybody, it's like a community responsibility. We all have to put our hands together to secure the lives and future of our children. The other day, something was Kiliman called in to report the rape case. One very old man raping a very little girl. Can imagine where we're heading to. All right, some days back, we shared reports with you of what happened at Umbogu community. That's the clash between the youth at Umbogu community and the River State task force. And then you got to hear from eyewitness reports the lady that was allegedly shot at by a security personnel attached to the task force, and some other eyewitness there at Umbogu. You also got to hear from the community chairman of Umbogu community. Well, that day we asked what their plans, what their next step would be, because the barrister said that it was fine. It can be challenged if they have very strong evidence against the task force, things like videos, pictures, and the rest of it. Well, they had the town hall meeting today, the stakeholders of the Umbogu community, and some of those that were allegedly affected by the action of the River State task force. Now, on the program with me is the community chairman, Apostle Chike Dede. Good evening to you and thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, some minutes back I spoke with you and you said you guys were still in the meeting trying to decide what would happen next. So how far have you gone with that decision? What would be the next step?
We're yet to conclude. A committee has been set up, and that committee will do the needful in all ramifications concerning the way forward. Until when that committee sits and come out for further actions, the community will let you know.
Okay, so I was also told that those that were affected much earlier were in this meeting. What was it for? Were you trying to figure out ways to sort of help them, raise funds for them or something?
Well, what is there is that since they are affected, we cannot do it alone. Those of them that are affected, they came, and they are members of the committee as well. So they have to reason together. The Bible says, "Come, let us reason together." So they are reasoning together to know whether they are going to raise funds, to know what they are going to do. It's to the interest of the community.
So up to...
I can tell about that.
All right, so up to now, no decision yet has been taken. Like you said, we have to wait for the committee and see what they come out with. Meanwhile, what's the situation of things at Umbogo currently? I was also made to understand that a former rep in the River State House of Assembly was in the community today.
Actually, I was away before I was informed that she will be coming. So I wasn't there when she came, so I was away. There's not much thing I can say about that. I wasn't around.
Okay, we're hoping to speak with her, but unfortunately, I've not been able to get across to her. That's Dr. Engineer Victoria Wobo Nyeche. But just tell us what situation of things currently is like at Umbogo community. For those that were affected, have they gone back to their business? Are they trying to fix up their place of business? Generally, what's happening there? How is it?
Well, before I say what happened there, I am begging the government agency and other media houses to help us and come and see things for themselves, because in soon time everybody will be fixing up his business. But I also know too well that everywhere has been calm and that the peace are returned in the community. There's not that problem when I heard in the community. Everywhere there's the peace in the community. Meanwhile, we do not know whether there's any other nocturnal meeting going on anywhere. But for now, I can speak to you. Even as I'm speaking to you now, I'm in Bogun Town Hall. Tell you that I speak. I'm in Bogun Town Hall speaking to you. Yes, because we just finished the meeting now and they've gone home. The committee has sat as well. The committee has, maybe in 1 week's time, they'll be able to tell us the resolution so far.
1 week, you think that won't be too late?
No, when I mean 1 week time, I was giving them 1 week, but they know how they will be able to do the best they can. Even if it is 1 week time, they are going to raise for whatever. It may not be too late. It is better. They do the needful and make sure that things are done orderly. So what is important, we will hear from them soonest.
All right, thank you very much for joining us on the program tonight. You said everything, peace, there's come in the society, in the community. The other time, you told us by 2 a.m. there was an attack. Has there been any attack so far? Midnight, that is.
What happened 2 a.m. the following day, the same group of people came and attacked the community. But you should know when somebody came by 2 a.m. to attack, he must be ready, he must be armed for somebody to come at that time and destroy more cars.
So did you set up any committee or group of persons that would sort of secure the community at night for any form of attack whatsoever?
I have not done that. That's all I need to do. I have not done that, but I want to be thankful to to the DPO's Transamadi police station, who came that very day to do the needful and help to save life and property of the community. And his men are also coming around to do that. I've not set up any security.
They come and go, or they patrol around the community 247.
Sometimes they patrol around the community. Sometimes they're in the front of the major roads of Transamadi leading to the community.
Okay.
Sometimes they're there. That's what I'm saying now. That's all I know, that God being on our side, God is doing the wonderful thing to us. We believe that God will still do, except the Lord did the level event that built. So we believe God that God is watching over every other thing for us.
I like how we just get God involved in everything we do. It's really beautiful to know. Thank you very much, Apostle Chike Dede.
Thank you.
All right. He is the community chairman of Umbogu community, and you've heard what is going on currently, or what their plans are. So hopefully in less than a week time, or in a week time, we'll be hearing from that committee to see what exactly they come up with. All right, now back to you. Let's hear from you and know what exactly is going on in your community. It's 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. Those are the numbers to call in to share your eyewitness reports and tell us about the situation of things in your community. You could also send a text message or a WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962. Send a message. If you can't reach us via the phone lines, just send us a message. I don't know. I'm trying to recall. Sogo community. Please, what is going on there? You called in, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, to complain about the clashes again? You said it happened on Tuesday. So what exactly is going on there currently? Please do want to call in and share that with us. Good. Sorry, I lost you there. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you and welcome.
My name is Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome. Go ahead.
My eyewitness report, and also it's an appeal to you people in the media. If you can help to raise voice against this monopoly that Dangote is playing over cement. It's not helping Nigeria, it's not helping the country at all. Now, do you know, because of the high cost of cement today, people that are molding block, it's a block industry, you know. If you see what they are molding these days and selling to people, it's just like molding sound. You know, instead of normal one bag of cement, sometimes they use it on the normal time, they used to mold between 35 and 40 pieces of block. But due to high cost of cement these days, they are molding between 65 to 70 blocks.
Okay.
You know, and this thing have a very long ripple effect on buildings. The continued building collapses we are hearing now is as a result of reduction in cement quantity in blocks. You know, so the monopoly that Dangote is playing over cement in this country is really affecting a lot. If you have listened to some other stations today, people were just lamenting, crying. Between since December, he takes up, when he sees people are buying, he creates artificial scarcity, you know, and then he inflates the price again. For one man to be controlling such a essential commodity in this country is very dangerous. And now that people are keeping quiet, celebrating Dangote, by the time his refinery will come out, this is what Nigeria will also experience in fuel price, because one man is controlling the economy.
All right.
So I think you people in the media owe the duty to raise this concern so that the relevant authority, you know, can hear and open the market for other people to come in, so that one man will not be the one to determine the price of essential commodities in this country.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's Cookie.
Cookie, welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, Cookie.
All right. Go ahead.
You remember last week I told you about the pothole around Liobat Education bus stop.
What bus stop?
Education, but that's left at my
Yes,
my
yes,
work
yes.
program.
Yes, you did.
Yes, Buchi, that thing is still there. Buchi, I'm begging the person they're hearing my voice again. They shouldn't leave for now. It's taking time, saves 9. I'm begging them, they're hearing my voice. Buchi, if you have a time, just drive, you're coming from Amba Road, going to the education, see that pause. If you're driving, you don't know that place, you will drive and wave your hand. If God not be you, just fall down at that market there. I'm begging the federal government, before they cause of that, they should go and fix that hole in that, or some of that flavor. That is a very sharp bend. If you don't know, you just put your hand, you just jump a bend. Before you match a break, I think it can happen. I don't know why they are still keeping that pothole there. But you again, too. You know, it was the road. You know what the road?
Yes, it was fair, yes.
The road, there's a road that we could commission there, January, Aka Junction.
Uh-huh.
That road.
Uh-huh.
Come to that junction, you see a big pothole in front of that Aka road. Now, I'm talking to you.
The same one that was commissioned?
Early January, the junction there is bad. You cannot drive that place smoothly and enter Aka road. Commission early this year, Gucci. I don't know that place was fixed well before the commission that place. That place is nice.
Did somebody go there to destroy the ground?
Gucci, come and see that place. Come and see that place. That place is getting bad. That driving to Aka road is bad. That was commission early January, if I'm not mistaken, Gucci. That junction that is getting bad. Don't get well now. Before rain finishes, that is a big dish, a very big pot. So if I also had my voice now, this is work to do gently come to Aka Junction now and fix that before the place.
Okay, I think the network is not letting us hear you clearly. But this is the same thing so many persons complain about. Substandard jobs. When you give projects, the 95.1 FM, good evening.
Yeah, but good evening.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. My name is George. George, calling from Romeo Community.
George, it's good to hear from you today. Go ahead.
Yes. Puchin, one thing I want to say that Romeo Road should be linked to Ovugo community because that is Odegin clan. And whatever thing that people are agitating for, let it come to a reality. And people should understand that what you are fighting in different communities, in my own communities, other communities, Rumolo community, Ovugo community, Rumuji community, Rumeke community, all of them comprises of Odegi. It's a problem because we are resourceful. But if you should come to Odegi clan, we have the water that is there, the salt water that is there. We are involved with agriculture. We produce whatever thing that happens in Rumuji market. And people that is coming from far and away come to that market because we are into agriculture. Our plantain, our cassava is something that everybody can eat without no fertilizer. So I am pleading with the present government, the NDDC, they should support Romeo community, support Odegin clan, develop this place so that we will have food sufficient within our clan because we are hardworking people. That is why we have been.
George, do you mind sending me a text message, please?
Hello?
Yeah, can you send a message, please?
I should send a message?
Yes, please.
I will do that and send a message. And secondly, too, the NDDC, the solar light they have in my community, please, they should come and do maintenance. The community have tried bringing electricity, even though the light is not working. They should come and do maintenance so that these people can see. Electricity is the best thing. Me, I can't sleep without no light. I don't like it, wasting my time and wasting my money with generator and everything.
All right.
They should come and do the needful.
Okay.
All the contracts they have within the Odegin clan, our circular road and everything, they should come and do the needful and do it for us. That is my plea, because everybody is a lover of development. Thank you. George.
Thank you, George. Thank you so much for calling in. Good evening to you and welcome.
Yeah, this is Jerry from Oyubu.
Welcome, Jerry.
I want to thank that man I talk about cement. You see, that is the kind of thing we are seeing in Nigeria. Cement is controlled by one man. Almost everything now is controlled by one section of the country. That is, since 2015, everything has been bastardized in this country. Only one section is controlling the economy. Control security, control everything. Things are getting worse. Look at with one bag of cement, you move 65 blocks. There is no Ibeto cement. There is no Ego cement. There is no Benue cement. It's only Dangote. That is the kind of thing we are seeing in a country that is controlled by Fulani. Everywhere Fulani. Everything that is produced in Nigeria now is produced by Fulani man.
All right. We have to let you go there. We'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. You're still on to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Just stay with us.
Today's news. In 60. In 60.
The United Nations Students Fund, UNICEF, has raised the alarm about 10 million additional children marriages may occur between 2030 in developing countries as they face short and lifelong consequences. The Niger State House of Assembly has directed the Committee on Education and Legislative Compliance to probe the non-release of the National Examination Council results of over 30,000 students who sat for the 2019-2020 Senior Secondary School examination. The Provost Federal College of Education, Akuka, Lagos, Dr. Wahab Aziz, has said the installation of CCTV cameras around the college was to improve security, debunking claims that they were being fitted in the hostels for wrong reasons. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnics, Yaba College of Technology, Yaba Tech Chapter, has given the rector, Mr. Obafemi Omokumbe, an engineer, 2 weeks to redress the situation where teaching staff have taken over some positions meant for non-teaching staff as required by law. On the foreign scene, school children in Bolton, United Kingdom, will be able to attend free holiday clubs during the Easter break as part of a 1.5 million euro program agreed by the council.
Today's news. In 60. In 60.
There is a vacancy for a vibrant marketing officer with vast knowledge in media buying and prospecting. You must be capable of innovative thinking and should be result-oriented. Please note, only experienced media marketers. Send your CV to newscareer95@gmail.com.
Have you heard? Returns Market Investment Nigeria Limited have diversified into building a cooperative society with a brand name, Returns Market Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited, which has given its members opportunity to monthly 10% dividend of their share capital. That is, members enjoy share dividend on monthly basis where funds are placed on various profitable sectors like logistics and transports, financial markets, real estate, industrial productions. All registered members of Returns Market Cooperative have duly received their 10% dividend monthly for the past 4 years and still counting without stories. For more inquiries on how to become a member of our cooperative, you can contact our office today at Returns House, number 33B, Rumola Stadium Link Road, after NMPC filling station, Rumola, or number 31 GU Ake Road, immediately after Mercy House by Farm Road 1, Iliosu, Port Harcourt. Call us now on 0903-461-4444 and 0815-518-9002, or visit our website at www.returnsmarketcooperative.com. Choose Returns Market Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited.
She no like it, got on naughty, but she go chop if you give her cucumber. Waka from Transamadi.
No day waka from Transamadi again. No, you fit fly from Port Harcourt, go any part of the world with the Kajad You Fit Fly travel packages. Then where we get from Kenya to Dubai. This now in partnership with the Miss Port Harcourt City Beauty Pageant. As we join body with all the fine queens them, go party for inside Kenya and Dubai from the 12th to go to the 18th of May. We just shaking money of 670,000. You fit get your return flight ticket, hotel accommodation, airport transfer, Kenya and Dubai visa, menu will be sent and feed yourself, plus including a correct VIP ticket to Miss Port Harcourt City show live inside the city of Port Harcourt, plus including a free visa application to America. Or you call our number to know more information. The number is 090-185-851-77. The number again is 090-185-851-77. Our office now for 49 Iwofe Road, opposite First Bank off Adadron by Pepperoni, here for inside Pitakwa. You fit fly. Niger #1 for travel matter and Matthias.
Don't play me your tape for artillery.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. The GPO said, let us maintain status quo. And to our greatest surprise, we begin to see Dokuru people begin to go shooting, fighting us. Even right now, sir, they are even fighting us. But we, as peace-loving community, we want to respect the security agency so that we will not go against the law. For peace to prevail, I invite the government to intervene with immediate effect. Because if it goes beyond that, our people too will be aggrieved to take the other part of the law. I want the security agency to be on ground, especially the disputed area where has been in crisis.
Well, the last is not being heard about the fight that broke out between the people of Okurama and Abuluma communities in Port Harcourt local government. Welcome back from that short break. You're still on to Area Talk on Today95.1 FM. Well, the chairman of the Community Development Committee of Okurama Community, Godspar Say Ofori, had allegedly accused Abuluma community of starting the fight. These are some stakeholders in Abuluma community have come out to tell their own side of the story. Well, then the immediate past chairman of Abuluma Council of Chiefs, Tamuno Kombia Gudi, is accusing Okurama community of instigating the fight, which led to the death of some persons while 7 others sustained various degrees of injuries. Someone called in on Area Talk to report this particular incident. No, he sent a message and didn't give us full details. Now, Tamuno Kombia Gudi called on the River State government and security agencies, of course, to intervene in the face-off in order to curb further breakdown of law and order in the community. But then, on the part of the traditional ruler in Abuluma community, Adoke Netam Mika, he said that the community is shocked that Okurama community is now claiming ownership of adjoining communities, even when the land they are occupying was given to them by Abuluma community. Take a listen to him.
They are our customary tenants by previous judgments. In 1954, Okuru sued us to court. We won them before Okuru Native Authority. In 1956, Okurama and Uruboko went to court, and Okuru said Abuluma settled him there, and Okuru won the matter. In fact, the white man that delivered the judgment said Okurama is inside Abuluma by the submission of Uruboko, the defendants, and the claimant, Okuru, that Okuru is inside Abuluma. And who gave them land? All the land we gave them was 32.08 acres of land. After building them, the rest of the land, they bought it from Abuluma.
95.1 FM, good evening. Sorry, we lost your call there. Do all to call back and let's hear from you. If you're from Okurama, Abuluma, or around that axis, please do all to call in and let us hear about what's currently going on there. And if you're sending a text message like my brother did the other time, please send full details of exactly what's going on. The numbers are 0817-0000-951 or 0810-9510-951. Good evening to you and welcome.
Yeah, good evening, my dear sister Buchitafa.
Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Buchi, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I remember who I am.
Is that your name?
Yeah, I can hear you, Buchi.
Yeah, is your name who you are?
Buchi, I remain engineer. Something must kill a man.
Welcome, something must kill a man. Just give us the name so we can move on from there.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, my daughter. Yeah, Buchi, let me respond to the approval. I want to ask you a question before I will say this thing. The approval by the, I think, next meeting, the federal next meeting about the approval of the rehabilitation of our refinery or what in Port Harcourt. I think something like that.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, the money that was given for the. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Buchi, let me just ask you one question before. Just answer me the question, Buchi. This APT federal government, are they included in this River State local government election?
Okay.
No, it's a question, please.
Why are you asking me that question?
Buchi, I know that these 23 LGAs, they are about to kick up their campaign promises.
Okay.
They are about to kick up their campaign, sorry. But I don't know why APC should be giving us should be doing that campaign at this particular time. So it sounds like the APC in question as the federal government, they are joining the River State government to do their local government election. Please, they should keep their campaign promises one side. The next year.
No, I'm not getting what you're saying clearly. Like APC campaigning for what exactly?
I said, is APC joining River State government to do this local government election?
Well, in a democratic republic, is everybody not supposed to participate in local government election?
No, I don't mean the APC in the state. I mean the APC of the federal government, not the one in River State, not the one of Ameti and Magnus. No. I mean the APC of federal government, based on the promises that they are making at this point in time, that they want to rehabilitate the refinery. That is a campaign promise that they give to us since 2014, 2015. And they are still repeating it again now. Are they joining these 23 local government to do campaign that we are about to start now? Please,
what makes you think it's just a campaign promise? Because it's actually something that they have said they would work on.
Buchi, I keep on asking this question, and if I ask you now, is there any difference between 6 and half a dozen? Is there any difference of what APC is doing now and campaign promise? Is there any big difference? There is no big difference between what APC is telling us now and what they are already telling us before, that they have not keep to it. So they should just, that was why I asked you whether are they following 23 local government to do the local government election. The answer is no. So they should keep their promises one side so that these 23 LGOs should go ahead with their campaign promises and all the rest. Let's hear from them. Then quickly before...
Wait, you feel... Sorry, what I'm trying to understand now is that you feel that this rehabilitation of the refinery, to repair the Port Harcourt refinery, is... You think it has something to do with the local government election? Is that what you're thinking?
It has nothing to do with the local government election, but it has something to
do with...
Campaign.
For when?
Is that?
Campaign for what exactly?
This is they started. It's like they started a 2023 campaign election, but they should not join it with this local government election. That is what I mean.
No, you see no. What I've heard everything you've said, yeah. But they said they want to. They made the promise long time ago, and now FEC has approved the $1.5 billion for this particular repair. Now, why are you feeling that it's just a promise? Because the money has been approved on one hand, and hopefully very soon we're going to see them swing into action. Isn't that like you getting the dividend of democracy? Like federal government is actually working for you, or you just choose to see it as you are seeing it right now?
But they've released the money is one thing. In fact, they've made the promise one thing, they've released money again, and another thing is action. What Nigerians and River State need is action. We need to see the action, and they have been giving us promises.
Oh, that's why you feel this is just one of the promises.
What if they release the money now and the money alongside one side? If one or two persons should alongside the money, and you should quote me right now that this money will be part of, if they sign this money to them, which they say they've done, it will be part of money that they will use for their campaign 2023. Allegedly, that has been our English, allegedly.
Well, like they said, it's going to be in 3 phases, and I'm sure before 2023 we should have seen the first phase at least, and we'll see where the money is being pumped into.
Okay, they should. It's too early for them. For me, at least as a campaign, as a campaign strategy, they should just pack one side.
You see, you choose to see it as a campaign strategy, while some others will see it as federal government actually trying to deliver projects to the people.
But 90% of us, 90% of Nigeria sees, even River State. Okay, 90%.
I think you should. I think you should speak for yourself, because there are a lot of them that do not agree with you. Thank you very much.
somebody by my side, he also, if I still pass this phone to somebody by my side, he will still tell you that it's a campaign promise.
So let's hear what's happening in your community.
So yes, Buchi, yes, let me calm down a bit. Let me leave federal government and not the rest. Buchi, I can't do without telling you what is happening in my community. My community is peaceful, but I'm using this opportunity to beg the young youth in my community and other friends who come to the community to stay a day too and leave the community also. Please, there was a tank crier in my community yesterday. I was very, very annoyed. And I'm telling you that any day any crisis start again in my community or MO at large, I will help. I will help to demarcate MO, or I will help to demarcate my community. Let's just keep this peace that we are enjoying now.
All right.
If there is peace in MO and there is peace in my community, but there was a tank crier yesterday in my community that there are some boys who are not supposed to be in the community, and all of them should leave. I believe the faces, you are not seeing them again in the community. They have left. They came to see a friend, and maybe from one or two information reaching to the chiefs and elders, they can cry, and they've left also. But what I'm saying that let's enjoy this peace that we're enjoying in Elebrada and Nemowa entirely. Uchi, I can't drop this call without mentioning the road linking to Ishopo. Please, Governor, we Elebrada, we have suffered from employment, empowerment, even all these neighborhood wards. Central is working, Julius Berger is working, this is working, that is working. Elebrada is 0 upon 0. We've not achieved anything. Governor, please, we that are your followers, APC have finished us. They are mocking us a lot. What have we gained? But if not for the intervention of God, rerun election 2015, I and my friend, my brother, Ndubisi Wolibo, would have been a gun or a gunner.
All right, Something Muskeleman, thank you very much for sharing with us on the program. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Buchi.
Good evening.
Yes, Mr. Webb.
Welcome to the program. Good evening.
Yeah, in fact, I don't even admire your job recently.
Okay.
I don't admire your job at all. That is what I pity you. Look at, I think they are giving you anxious moment too much. Look at just the man who just spoke. I know they used to say,
let's stick to your own eyewitness reports or your concern.
My concern is the man who just talked. It's still an eyewitness.
Let that eyewitness go. Please tell us why you called in. Welcome.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why sometimes when we say that when somebody is in a very, very high position, you choose your words properly. Anything federal government does, somebody who is at the helm of affairs in this state keep talking about it, you are going to mold the opinion of other people, especially those who do not understand. I think we need to read in between the lines. Even if it's a governor talking, even if it's a minister talking, we need to read it. And that's why we need to be very sure of what we are saying. Everything federal government does is bad. Everything state government does is good.
The same way we need to read in between the line of what you are saying now and the stand you're taking.
Yes. I mean, how can the federal government says what they want to do a thing? You are now suddenly discountenancing it and feeling that it is a campaign promise. Why are you so afraid of a party that does not even care about you, what you do in your state? Yes, you have a party at the center, but a party that does not even bother about what any state does. A party that does not even bother about what is the River State government does. One single day. No, the party at the center has never one day officially said anything about the state government. But
whatever the state government has said, they have said whatever Something Muskeleman said is his own opinion. I would love that you share your own opinion.
This is my opinion too now.
Okay, all right.
They are too worked up. About what.
And would you blame them about that?
I have to, because they are too afraid. I think they seem to be too afraid of what the federal government that does not even bother about what state does. They are too bothered. If it was during Obasanjo will silence you.
With everything, I'll have to let you go now. With everything that has happened in Nigeria, where promises are being made, and I'm not excluding any government, including the River State government, where certain promises have been made and have not been fulfilled. What do you expect? How do you expect the people to react when you make another promise and then you say that the first phase, 18 months time, second phase, 24 months, third phase, 44 months? That would even be after this administration, way long after. I think 18 months should be like September next year. I think that should be 18 months, and then calculate 24 months till 2023. With everything based on antecedents taking place in Nigeria, how do you expect people to feel? Well, some, of course, will be skeptical about such promises. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, it's still Mr. Webb, my lady.
You have 30 seconds, please.
Please, we need to also put things in line. When you say 12 months, after that 12 months, the next few months that counts from that 12 months. It is not about 12 months and you had about another 44 months. No, it does not go like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying, but just working with the 18, 24, and 44, at least those are the points you would see significant things being done regards repairing that refinery, I believe. So, like I said, based on antecedents, if you want to, how much water does the promise of a Nigerian government hold? 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Bushi.
Good evening to you.
Mr. Ike on the line.
Welcome.
Bushi, if I call you now and I said that the president of this country, Muhammadu Buhari, has not completed his campaign promises to the letter, I am an enemy of democracy. You get?
I'm listening.
Now, if I ask you, can you now, you, Buchi, believe that government is a continuous? So it doesn't matter if they say 2028. The federal government has made a promise that this project has to kick off from this time to this time. So we should hold them responsible when they get to that time, and then they never start to do anything in the refinery.
How many? Let's bring it down to state government level. How many state government has carried on the project of a past government?
Buchi?
Just asking, yeah. I'm just asking.
So many of them. Like some of the roads that Wike is doing today, we are done by Rotimichi Bika Mechi, and Amechi continue from Rotimichi Bika Mechi, continue from the roads that we are laid by Odele. So that is, to me, that is what it is. So we should not call every time and condemn this administration. If anybody knows the campaign promises that this administration has made and they have not fulfilled it, let the person call us and tell us.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening to you and welcome.
Hello, good evening, Bushi.
Good evening. Very well, thank you. How are you?
Cool. Much cooler than you.
Oh, you think? All right, go ahead. Good to know, though.
Yeah. This is the Chantel. I was the one who sent a message yesterday.
Okay.
Regarding the what was happening at
Abloma.
Yes. The truth is that I'm not a resident there, but I have an uncle who stays there.
Okay.
So one of my family members was heading that way on that particular day. That was in I think a late afternoon period, and my uncle now called him and told him not to come. That there's a condominium there, and he should go back. So that was how I was able to gather what happened, and I wasn't too,
okay, that's why you couldn't give us much details as I yesterday. That's fine. Thank you.
So I'm sorry about not really giving.
It's fine, no problem. At least we understand now.
Yeah, my essence of doing that was just to make sure people going that way should be careful. That's all.
Oh, thank you so much. Very thoughtful. That's why we have area talk. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, do well to just keep us updated and everything. Yeah, you see the essence why you should call in and tell others about things happening in these communities or in your community so you can keep them aware. All right, let's take some messages before we head back to the phone lines. This one says, Buchi, cement is too high. Tell Buhari to reduce it. Have you taken... Okay, he was the one that asked me if I've taken my own jab yesterday. This says, Buchi, I don't think so, Nigeria. Okay, you said federal government is fixing things in Nigeria and someone is this... Okay, Stanley, you feel really disturbed that people feel certain ways about federal governments trying to develop the country and put things in place in Nigeria. This one says, do you remember when Timmy Silva told Nigerians that government will convert machines to... I completely remember this one. I remember very well. The government will convert machines and generators to gasoline after increasing fuel to 170 per litre. Today, just because the River State government, Governor Wike, criticized railway, they now come up with some things to make us happy, knowing that election is near. For me, I think they want to tell us another story. That's coming from Chris. You know, like I said, yeah, it's one thing to... People judge, some persons base their judgments on antecedents, things that have happened over time. And even looking at the COVID-19, there's so many people have this certain reservation towards the vaccine. And earlier we brought to you the report of what state government have actually, or governors rather, have decided to do to encourage people to take the jab. Or people are sort of holding back because they feel that they cannot trust the government, some persons at least. Now, people are feeling the same way. You should not completely condemn their feelings or their judgments. It's based on antecedents. I'll just stick to things that have happened over time. There are certain promises that have been made. There are 1,000,001 promises that have been made that were not fulfilled at all. Didn't even, maybe it came to life, but it just died on arrival. So when people are complaining about new promises being made, then you, to some extent, will see where they are coming from. But of course, at the same time, you should, like most of us will do, the ones you are seeing, the one they are saying, okay, we are going to commend this one, at least say thank you. Like somebody said the other time. I'm not saying you should say thank you though, but you should try to also see things from the angle that, okay, they're actually bringing development into the country, into the state, and let's see how much this would benefit us, rather than saying, if it's campaign promise, or if it's this one, or if it's that one. But like I said, there are always two ways to a story, or to different ways to view certain situations, especially in a place like Nigeria, where everybody feels like everything is politics. My name is Imaman from Mbaeche, River State. Many government schools in Eche has shut down and grass has taken all over the place. Despite the resumption of schools in respect of lack of teachers and absence of government, such as State School Okoneche, Ibodo Eche, State School Umuaturu Mba Eche, State School Akboko Eche, State School BB Eche, GGSS Ndashi Eche, State School Umuade Mba Eche, State School Amakumba Eche, UPE Umuaturu Mba Eche, State School OK2 Eche, State School Obi Bodo Eche, State School Ndashi Eche, and so many other schools in Eche. Why people should not be disenfranchised in terms of education. We need teachers in those schools in rural areas in Eche, another local government area. Imaman send that one in. Good evening. Bernard Elemoa is my name. Please, I want to comment about my community, Itu in Emoa, local government in River State. Over 6 months ago, my able governor, Nyesom Wike, visited the 4 communities in my area, comprises Akbabo, Itu, Elibo, and Okworomini. He saw that we are so backwards and no development, and he therefore made promises, which today they are giving us road to link other communities, including lights now. But some people do... I'm not getting this part, and I don't know what word is there, so I might not be able to make that one up. But he said have this lights because, okay, some people don't have this light because no pole in some places, most especially in Itu community, and the transformer always have complaints. Please, he said they need help in Itu community. They have issues with their transformers. You should talk with PHEDC. They should be able to help you out with that one. They will be able to help you out. They are in charge of all of that. Okay. Let's challenge with the text message portal. I just might not be able to take all your messages. But let's take this one last call before I wrap up the program. Good evening to you. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Chief Solomon.
Welcome, Solo.
Yeah. Why they always kick against the federal government project? It's a rehabilitation of a refinery. It's like people are thinking that when federal government is doing something, that they are having something else in mind. Why we are the people crying for that refinery too. And now they have made option to develop the interest of repairing it. They are kicking against it.
All right.
If they say the money, 1.5 billion, is too much. It's a different something. But
saying,
yeah, it's too much. But we need to rehabilitate it.
All right. Thank you very much. And that's how much we can take on Area Talk tonight. It's a Thursday, and Area Talk will be back here up until Monday next week. Do also gather all the eyewitness reports. Whatever you see happen, just jot it down somewhere and wait for us on Monday. We'll be back here to take all of that from you. Thank you so much. My name is Buchira Foy. It's been great having you on the program. Just stay with us.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Good people of this beautiful land, I am happy to remind you that our able and everlasting God is still existing and is vigorously alive. When you call him, he will surely correct all inadequacies and bring the last glory back to your life. No problem without solution, so says the Lord. Hey! Oh yeah, make una follow me. To where then go tell you what una go do to overcome the problem where they worry you. Either on marriage, on business, or to get job. If not long time sickness, just come make you come meet the God sent man at the two Olodumare at number 22 Obeto Kosha Street off NTA Lake Road, INTA Joshua, Igbo Oba Port Harcourt. Telephone 081-600-49592. Yes, you've heard it now. Come to Aditu Olodumare for special prayer, consultation, and counseling. No evil form to against your success shall prosper again. Aditu Olodumare, the place where the Spirit of God is vibrating.
Good day, my people. I am Aditu Olodumare. You are welcome to this program. Dear listeners, the world is dynamic with many elements at play. The intricate understanding of our cosmic composure, spiritual influences, and physical bodies can help us to navigate this world better equipped. The knowledge of what you eat, what you wear, who are your associates, is very important as it is connected to your star and destiny. The knowledge of those food you eat and those clothes you wear, the clothes you put on, plus the people you associate yourself with, who your friends are, is very important. Very, very important, as it is connected to your star and destiny. Have you been promised marriage and have been disappointed consistently? Have you been job searching and have never been successful at finding a job? Do you have job proposal for contract award business and have always failed to pick up a contract? As your business, whether small scale or large scale, be suffering due to the lack of patronage? Have you been having bad dreams or nightmares? Dear listeners, the world is vast with elements unimaginable. An encounter is what you need to stand. So wake up today and come for consultation and counseling. Our address is at number 22 Obed Okosha Close, off NTA Link Road, Ubuaba, Port Harcourt. Our telephone number 081 670 495 92. Let me give you the number again. 081 670 495 92. This is our email address. adituolodumare999@yahoo.com. Let me give you the spelling of Aditu Olodumare. ADITUOLODUMARE. Aditu Olodumare999@yahoo.com. Put your problems behind you, and your life will never be the same again. I pray for you today that your glory be restored. I am Aditu Olodumare.
Good people of this beautiful land, I am happy to remind you that our able and everlasting God is still existing and is vigorously alive. When you call him, he will surely correct all inadequacies and bring the last glory back to your life. No problem without solution, so says the Lord. Oh yeah, make una follow me. So where then go tell you what una go do to overcome the problem where they worry you. Either on marriage, on business, or to get job. If not long time sickness, just come make you come meet the God sent man at the Aditu Olodumare at number 22 Obeto Kosha Street off NTA Link Road, INTA Joshua, Igbo Port Harcourt. Telephone 081 670 495 92. Yes, you've heard it now. Come to Aditu Olodumare for special prayer, consultation, and counseling. No evil form to against your success shall prosper again. Aditu Olodumare, the place where the Spirit of God is vibrating.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Hello and good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. And it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. In the headlines, Russia hopes for progress as United States joins Afghan peace talks in Moscow.
United States Secretary of State Blinken urges China to convince North Korea to give up nuclear arms.
And Turkey rejects international condemnation over HDP closure case.
UAE suspend Abu Dhabi summit over Netanyahu's electioneering.
And Mexico warns Organization of American States not to interfere in Bolivia's internal affairs. I am Buchira Fwa.
And I am Dave Roberts.
Now the news in details. But a sad one from Tanzania. John Magufuli is dead. His death was announced by the country's Vice President Samia Hassan. Magufuli died aged 61 from heart complications at a hospital in Dar es Salaam. Magufuli had not been seen in public for more than 2 weeks, and rumors have been circulating about his health. Opposition politicians said last week that he had contracted COVID-19, but this has not been confirmed. Magufuli was one of Africa's most prominent coronavirus skeptics and called for prayers and herbal-infused steam therapy to counter the virus.
Still in Tanzania, in the meantime, Samia Hassan is set to become the first female leader to lead Tanzania after John Magufuli's sudden death Under the Tanzanian constitution, 61-year-old Hassan will serve the rest of Magufuli's second 5-year term, which does not expire until 2025. Hassan, who was the former office clerk and development worker, began her political career in 2000 in her native Zanzibar, a semi-autonomous archipelago, before being elected to the National Assembly on mainland Tanzania and assigned as a senior ministry. A ruling party stalwart, she rose through the ranks until being picked by the Magufuli at his running mate in the first presidential election campaign in 2015. Now away from Africa to the rest of the world, we'll go for a very quick break. When we get back, more stories. Stay tuned.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. You're still on to the world today on Today 95.1 FM. And like Dave said earlier, away from Africa to the rest of the world, the President Vladimir Putin has reacted to President Biden's statement, saying that it takes a killer to know another. Putin, who made this known while speaking on television after Biden's accusation, wished Biden a good health. President Putin has, however, recalled its ambassador to the United States, adding that it was consultations reasons. However, Konstantin Kosachovi, deputy chairman of Parliament Upper House, said Biden's comments were unacceptable and it would inevitably inflame already bad ties and end any hope in Moscow of a change of U.S. policy under the new U.S. administration. Recall that President Biden also described Putin as having no soul and said he would pay a price for alleged Russian meddling in the November 2020 U.S. presidential election.
And still in Russia, moving on, Russia said it hoped international talks in Moscow would breathe new life into Afghan peace process after a high level of U.S. official joined the Russian-hosted talks for the first time. The talks, which also include representatives of Pakistan and China, are designed to give a boost to negotiations between the Afghan government and the Taliban in Qatar's capital, Doha. Stalled lately by government accusations that the insurgents have done too little to halt violence. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov will expressed hope that the talks will facilitate the creation of conditions to achieve progress in intra-Afghan negotiations, said the efforts to launch a political Doha is yet to yield a positive result. Although there are no indications whether the U.S. participation at the talks will be affected by a separate announcement from the one at Moscow that it was withdrawing its ambassador from Washington for consultations.
Meanwhile, in the United States, its Secretary of State Antony Blinken has urged China to use what he called tremendous influence to convince North Korea to give up its nuclear weapons. Blinken, who spoke at the end of high-profile security talks in the South Korean capital, Seoul, hours after a senior North Korean diplomat rejected negotiations until the U.S. changed what they called hostile policies, said Washington was considering both pressure and diplomatic options for dealing with Pyongyang. However, the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, as well as South Korea's Minister of Foreign Affairs Chung Il-young and Minister of Defense Soo Wook, participated in the security talks in Seoul. The 2+2 meeting, which is the first of its kind in 5 years, is part of U.S. President Joe Biden's push to restore Washington's alliances in Asia in the face of growing challenges from China and North Korea. And also, the U.S. top diplomat told a joint briefing with South Korean officials that China has a critical role to play in persuading North Korea to denuclearize because most of North Korea's external trade goes through China.
Following the loss of more than a quarter of billion jobs due to the pandemic, United Nations has raised its forecast for global economic growth in 2021 as governments step up COVID-19 vaccination programs while keeping fiscal and monetary stimulus measures in place. UN Trade and Development Agency says in its latest report published that the recovery from the steepest ever annual drop in global economic output is likely to be uneven and unpredictable, with people's income unlikely to return to pre-pandemic levels for years. Meanwhile, the pressure on policymakers to pull back their extraordinarily large stimulus measures even before they have succeeded in returning employment to pre-COVID levels is beginning to mount as pressures of accelerating inflation rise. Now, according to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development report, global gross domestic product GDP is likely to grow by 4.7%. That is 0.6 percentage points higher than its 2020 projection. Recall that earlier this month, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, a grouping of mostly rich countries, also raised its global growth forecast for this year to 5.6% from 4.2%.
And Turkey has called for respect on the ongoing judicial process, saying the international criticism of a prosecutor's case to shut down a pro-Kurdish opposition party has amounted to interfering with the Turkish judiciary. The case to ban the People's Democratic Party (HDP) over alleged ties to Kurdish fighters is a culmination of a years-long crackdown against Parliament's third largest party. A Turkish move also marks the revival of a long history of Turkey banning political parties, including pro-Kurdish ones. Turkey's foreign ministry, while commenting on the ongoing judicial process, has pleaded with his people to wait for the ruling of the Constitutional Court. The foreign ministry statement was an apparent response to the United States and the European Union, who had criticized the move. Recall that the U.S. Department of State said dissolving the HDP undermined democracy in Turkey.
Now to New Zealand, a star performer in the battle against COVID-19 is facing the prospect of a double deep recession as the impact of its closed border on vital tourism industry hits home. The economy contracted 1.0% in the final 3 months of 2020, and data showed today in Wellington, and some economists are tipping it will shrink further in the current quarter. The wobble follows a V-shaped recovery from its first half slump in the nation successfully eliminated community transmission of the virus. Now, some of the stringent restrictions New Zealand employed to combat the pandemic, propelling it to the top of Bloomberg's global COVID resilience rankings, are hindering growth. Tourism, which was once the country's biggest foreign exchange earner, is reeling from a lack of overseas visitors.
And Pakistan has received a Chinese donation of 500,000 doses of Sinopharm vaccine, bringing the country's total supply to 1 million shots. Health Minister Dr. Faisal Sultan, who disclosed this, said the 500,000 doses will ensure smooth continuation of vaccine drive, which is currently underway. They, however, expressed gratitude to China for their support, stressing that the gesture is a testament to their long-standing friendship. Meanwhile, according to reports, vaccination uptake has been slow in Pakistan, where authorities have faced a significant amount of vaccine hesitancy amongst the general public and healthcare workers.
Now to the UAE, the United Arab Emirates has suspended a planned summit in Abu Dhabi with Israel and Arab states over Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's invoking one of its rulers in his election campaign. The summit, scheduled for April, was supposed to be attended by Netanyahu, A U.S. official from the Biden administration and leaders from the Arab states have normalized relationship with Israel. But the Abu Dhabi Crown Prince Sheikh Mohammed, who expressed anger, said Netanyahu was exploiting the normalization deal with Israel as part of his election campaign. According to Israeli channel Can, the UAE does not want to be part of Netanyahu's election campaign and has asked him to postpone his visit, which was planned to take place tomorrow, until after Israeli elections. In a tweet on Wednesday, Gardash said from the UAE perspective, the purpose of the Abrahamic Accord is to provide a robust strategic foundation to foster peace and prosperity with the state of Israel and in wider regions rather than interfering in internal elections.
And in Mexico, its foreign ministry has criticized the Organization of American States, OAS, for what it described as interference in the internal affairs of Bolivia, where a former president was recently detained in charges of fomenting a coup. The rebuke of the Washington-based Association of Governments across North and South America followed several dueling statements from the Bolivian government last weekend, imprisoning former President Jeanine Áñez along with two of her former ministers, it accused of participating in a coup to overthrow longtime leader Evo Morales in 2019. Áñez, who took over as president when Morales resigned following pressure from the military, denies the allegations and says she is the victim of political persecution when the OAS and human rights groups allege that the judicial channel are being abused for political ends. In its statements, the OAS called for credible and impartial trials and stressed what it described as worsening political interference and corruption in Bolivia's judicial system. A statement from Mexico's foreign ministry reacting to the OAS's statement urged them to refrain from making unilateral pronouncements in the name of all member states, adding that their country's foreign policy is guided by the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. We'll go on a short break. You're still on to the world today on Today 95.1 FM. Just stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Welcome back. It's still on the wall today on your premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. Now we head straight to Afghanistan, where 3 people have been killed and 11 others wounded when a roadside bomb hit a bus carrying Afghan government employees in Kabul today. The bombing came on the day the Afghan government, Taliban, and key countries, including the United States and Russia, gathered in Moscow to push for the reduction in violence to propel the Afghan peace process forward. A spokesman for the Kabul police confirmed the casualty figures but gave no further details. Meanwhile, an advisor of the Afghan Ministry of Information and Technology, Abdul Samad, stated that the blast got a bus which was rented by the ministry to transport employees. No one claimed immediate responsibility for the blast, but the Afghan government has blamed the Taliban for running an assassination campaign against government employees, civil service societies, and journalists.
And in Pakistan, its army chief has called for arch rival India and Pakistan to bury the past and move towards cooperation, an overture towards New Delhi that follows an unexpected joint ceasefire announcement last month between the two countries' militaries. General Qamar Javed, who gave the speech at a conference in Islamabad during a Pakistani government security meeting, however, stressed that the burden was on India to create a conducive environment, saying Washington had a role to play in ending regional conflicts. Bajwa further stated that the economic potential of South and Central Asia had forever remained hostage to the India and Pakistan disputes, as he also advised they have hope in the form of President Joe Biden's new administration, which he said could help facilitate peace in the region.
That story from Pakistan concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Sandra Kenneth of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has urged China to use its influence to convince North Korea to give up its nuclear weapons.
And Russia said it hoped international talks in Moscow would breathe new life into the Afghan peace process after a high-level U.S. official joined the Russian-hosted talks for the first time.
Turkey called for respect on the ongoing judicial process, saying the international criticism of the prosecutor's case to shut down as a pro-Kurdish opposition party has mounted to interfering with the Turkish judiciary.
You also heard that the United Arab Emirates UAE has suspended a planned summit in Abu Dhabi with Israel and Arab states angered by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's action on one of its rulers in his election campaign.
And finally, Mexico's foreign ministry has criticized the Organization of American States, OAS, for what it described as interference in the internal affairs of Bolivia. Until same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. But before we go, we'll take you straight over to BBC Focus on Africa. My name is Dave Roberts.
And I am Buchira Ford. Just stay with us.
BBC World Service. This is Esau Williams with a special edition of Focus on Africa. Today.
It is with deep sorrow I announce the death today of our beloved President John Pombe Magufuli, who died today, 17th of March at 6 p.m. local time of heart complications.
We'll be reflecting on the life and presidency of John Pombe Magufuli of Tanzania.
As you know, Tanzania has been under dictatorship for the last 6 years. But at the same time, we are Africans, so we must mourn.
And Daimni Shatlada in sport, football pays its respects to President Magufuli and why France-based African players may have to miss the upcoming Nations Cup qualifiers.
Tanzania today in focus on the BBC. From the BBC World Service on the death of the Tanzanian President John Magufuli. In Tanzania, as 14 days of national mourning have begun following the death of President John Pombe Magufuli yesterday at the age of 61. The news was announced on national television by the country's Vice President, Samia Suluhu Hassan.
Nawajulisha kuwa leo tarehe 17 Machi. It is with deep sorrow I announce the death today of our beloved President John Pombe Magufuli, who died today, 17th of March at 6 p.m. local time of heart complications. President Magufuli developed complications on March the 6th, but was discharged from hospital on March the 7th. He developed further complications on 14th of March and was rushed to Nzena Hospital in Dar es Salaam for treatment until his death. President Magufuli has had heart complications for more than 10 years. He was being attended to by Tanzanian heart specialists from the Jakaya Kikwete Institute for Heart Treatment. The country now enters a period of 14 days of mourning, during which flags will fly at half-mast. Funeral arrangements are underway and shall be communicated in due course.
Now, the late president had disappeared from public view for more than 2 weeks, raising speculation on his whereabouts and the state of his health. John Magufuli was one of Africa's most prominent coronavirus skeptics and called for prayers and herbal-infused steam therapy to counter the virus. He was Tanzania's 5th president since independence and the first to die in office. The BBC's Athuman Mtulia is in Dar es Salaam for us tonight. He joins me live on the line now. Athuman, it's been a little over 24 hours since the president is said to have died. What's the mood in Dar es Salaam where you are at the minute?
Well, thank you, Esau. Dar es Salaam is in somber mood, actually, not only Dar es Salaam, but the whole country. We've been hearing from our colleague in Chato, where Magufuli was born and raised, that the town is actually, the somber cloud is, hanging over the town. So the information or the news was received by shock and some disbelief. There were, speculations about his health, but the authorities came out and, said he was doing fine. So that created a bit of a shocker to people when the VP or Vice President came out and said he was dead.
Has this shaken confidence in the Chama Pinduzi party, given the fact that it sounded like they were misled for all intents and purposes as to the state of health of the president?
Well, right now, people are not judgmental, majority, especially for the few in the social media, but for the most part, the majority of Tanzanians are mourning. So they're not really discussing on what happened before the death, but rather the president has died.
And Athuman, who's in charge of the country at the moment, and how does the line of succession work?
Well, technically, the Vice President, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, is in charge, but according to some lawyers, there's a power vacuum because, she has not been sworn in, to become the next president. But the line of succession, according to the Constitution, is very clear. The Constitution says if the president dies, then the vice presidents will take over the role.
So looking from the outside, peeking inwards, it's been, as I say, over 24 hours since the president has died. It's been announced. What's the hold-up on the succession?
Well, we've been told that, all preparations will be communicated in due course, and that was yesterday night, but they haven't done so. We're still waiting, but we're told it's going to be communicated soon.
And Athuman, any idea on arrangements for the burial?
The only thing that we know is that President Magufuli asked before his death last year, actually, he was saying if he dies, he should be buried in his home village of Chato. He was saying that when the government was returning a land which was designated for burying national leaders, and Magufuli was saying all former presidents, President Benjamin Mkapa was still alive then, they all opted to be buried in their home villages. So he said, he should be buried in Chato as well. But when that will happen, we're still waiting for the official communication from the presidency.
And finally, and very briefly, do we know what the vice president's stance is on the coronavirus pandemic?
She has not come out and said anything or contravened President Magufuli when he was on power. Right. So we will have to wait until she assumes office and get to know what her policies and priorities are in as far as the pandemic is concerned.
Okay, that's the BBC's Athuman Mtulia there in Dar es Salaam. Many thanks indeed for joining us. Well, let's cross over now to Chato in northwestern Tanzania, the hometown of the late president. And our correspondent, Abubakar Famau, is live from there into the Focus on Africa studio in London. Abubakar, again, what's the mood in Chato?
Yeah, just like what my colleague has mentioned here, people, especially locals here are mourning. You'll see them wearing long faces, I will say. But also others have started, special prayers, especially at a church who fully was a regular. But some of the people whom I got a chance to speak with earlier, this is how they responded or they reacted.
Tumeishi pamoja katika kijiji kimoja kinachoitwa Rubambangwe.
We lived in the same village called Rubambangwe, and we both went to Chateau Primary School, and we later met at the same secondary school called Lake Secondary School Mawanza. He used to be very good in class, especially in science. We usually find science subject hard, especially mathematics, but he was really good in maths, and that's what pushed him to pursue sciences. That's how I know him.
I was among the students who schooled with the late president, who is no more. We lived in the same village, we were in the same class and sat on the same desk. In his early life, till he became president, we were together and he was my friend. Whenever he needed my advice, he would call and we would talk. When we were young, we were really close and helped each other and loved to learn. This helped us to reach where we reached. I became a teacher, he became a teacher, but eventually left teaching and decided to serve his country.
Voices there in Chateau, and Abubakar Famao still on the line. That obviously is the birthplace of the president, or the late president, Chateau. And over the years, opposition figures have always alleged that he favored projects being launched in that area. How has Chateau changed since he was president?
Yeah, Chateau has significantly changed over time, I will say. I'll give you a very good example. For instance, in 2003, I came to and I could barely get, a decent hotel tip. You see, but now things have changed. You will be spoiled because you will get, a hotel of your choice here. And also, apart from that, there are so many other, projects that have been launched. But besides that, also, if you just walk around at night, you'll see streets are well lit at night. Roads and streets are well tarmacked. But also, President Magufuli, constructed an airport here, and also there is one of the major regional hospitals that were built in this place. So Chateau has significantly said, I will say, and it has become one of the fast growing towns in Tanzania from a mere humble village.
And Abubakar, just out of curiosity, what's the general attitude towards COVID-19 in Chateau?
From what I have observed, people are not keen on taking any precautions, I will say. You can hardly find anyone with a mask on, but only few you will find them, washing their hands, or if they get into offices, being forced to use sanitizer and things like that. But generally, people are carefree, I will say. Everyone is going about with his business, and no sign of precaution at all.
Okay, the BBC's Abubakar Famao, they're live in Chateau in northwestern Tanzania. Many thanks indeed. In fact, that's the birthplace of President John Pombe Magufuli. This is a special edition of Focus on Africa in the World Service of the BBC with me, Esau Williams. It's 15:16 Greenwich Mean Time. And here is Paul Bachubinga with a look at other stories in the news across Africa today.
Many thanks, Esau. The United Nations says its human rights chief, Michelle Bachelet, has agreed to Ethiopia's request for a joint investigation into the situation in the northern region of Tigray. The United Nations will work with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission to investigate reports of the indiscriminate killing of civilians and widespread sexual abuse. It said it was planning to launch the mission as soon as possible. President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa has led tributes to the late Zulu king, Goodwill Zwelithini, at a ceremony in KwaZulu-Natal province. Mr. Ramaphosa praised the traditional ruler's role in the transition to democracy from apartheid rule and said he had brought peace to the Zulu nation. King Zwelithini died last week at the age of 72 after 2 decades as monarch. His successor has not yet been announced. Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni has sued independent newspaper The Daily Monitor for publishing an article quoting a Wall Street Journal report which said that he and his cronies had secretly received COVID-19 vaccines before the rest of the population could access them. The president's petition, filed in the country's High Court, describes the newspaper's printing of the story as intentionally reckless and malicious. And the conflict between human beings and wild animals, particularly crocodiles, is on the increase in Mozambique's rivers. Jose Tembe reports from Maputo.
The latest incidents occurred in the mighty Zambezi River in the district of Maromeu in central Mozambique's Sofala province, where 3 people died and 4 were injured after being attacked by the reptiles. Local authorities say the incidents occurred when the victims were in the Zambezi River's tributaries to fetch water for domestic use due to lack of piped water and wells. An official in Maromeu, Domingos Arfandiga, said work is underway to raise awareness and map areas where attacks are frequent. Crocodile attacks are frequent in Sofala province, which is crossed by key crocodile-infested rivers like the Zambezi, the Buzi, and the Save.
Paul Bachibinga with a roundup of other stories from Africa. Many thanks. Now let's have today's sports news headlines, and with that, Nishat Lada. Hello, Nish.
Hello, Esau. The death of President Magufuli has been marked by the football federations of Kenya and Tanzania, who have cancelled their friendly in Nairobi today as a mark of respect. Tanzania's captain Mbwana Samata has posted a tribute on social media saying, "We shall forever remember you, our father. You have completed your journey. Rest in peace." A number of African footballers who are based in France will not be able to join up with their national sides for the upcoming Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers. The top 2 French leagues will not release foreign players if they're playing outside the European Union due to COVID-19 quarantine rules. This could have a massive impact on teams like Ivory Coast, who are yet to secure qualification for next year's finals in Cameroon. And in tennis, South Africa's Lloyd Harris faces Japan's Kai Nishikori in the Dubai Championship quarterfinals today. They will get underway shortly. Isa.
Nishat Lada, many thanks indeed. Now in Tanzania, the leader of the opposition ACT Wazalendo, Zitto Kabwe, whose party recently grieved their own loss of their leader in Zanzibar to COVID, has told Focus on Africa that a swift transfer of power to the Vice President Samia Suluhu Hassan must be organized to avoid constitutional uncertainty. The Constitution, as we heard earlier, makes provision for the Vice President to continue the remainder of Magufuli's 5-year term.
A very sad one indeed from Tanzania. I want to thank Tanzanians of all faith. We have been praying and fasting for God to save us from the pandemic that has afflicted our country and the world. But God has answered us, I believe, and I'm certain many Tanzanians believe the corona disease has been eliminated by God. He told worshippers in a church in the capital, Dodoma, in June 2020. When I say he, I mean the late president of Tanzania. He also added in his words, we need to be careful because some of these donations to fight coronavirus could be used to transmit the virus. I want to urge you Tanzanians not to accept donations of masks. Instead, tell the donors to go and use them with their wives and children. He added, he was a devout Catholic and, according to some, he is known as the bulldozer.
The bulldozer.
Yeah. He was John Magufuli, the late president of Tanzania. As yesterday I saw the story because, too many issues in my head, couldn't sleep. So sometime around 1:30, I was on the cables and then I saw it. And the first thing I went was, when I was going to post it, I tagged at Dave Roberts.
Oh, yes.
It has happened. We have seen the end of it. Because yesterday we were talking about the story. And some persons were of the opinion that, if he's not sort of down with COVID-19, at least just show your face to lay to bed all the speculations and the allegations that the opposition party were propagating out there against his government and his health. And, you heard what the Prime Minister said. He said that he was working really hard in the office. Now, Dave Roberts, if we are hearing reports that he died due to heart problem,
which had been protected for over 10 years.
Over 10 years. And then all of a sudden, in the last 2 weeks, you were nowhere to be found in the eyes of the public. And on Friday here, the Prime Minister told us that he was working hard in the office. And then today,
yesterday, we still heard reports that the Prime Minister said he was good.
He was doing
very well.
And then today, we're now hearing reports that he died of heart problem. Does it make you think of anything?
Yeah, it makes me wonder the level of the esoteric approach when it comes to government issues, and the fact that most of the times they're not really too transparent or too open about issues they deal with. Now, we remember how it was a couple of years back, and I think it's 2017, where we saw that the president was not in office, and then the same thing almost repeated. We were not hearing, the feedback from what was going on, what was taking place with the president at the time. Everyone was just kept in the darkness, and then eventually we got to hear about it. Same thing repeated during the case of Yaradua, where no one was prompted or no one was kept in the know of what was happening with the president. And now it's just so unfortunate that this has happened. Now, this brings up a lot of things. I mean, conspiracy theorists who want to hinge on the fact that he was one of the ones who kicked against COVID-19, practically kicked against it with belief systems in herbal remedies and then faith, religious belief. Now, when the vaccines come into play, we are not seeing or hearing anything from somebody who was obstinate against COVID-19, and then all of a sudden is dead. Now, it raised so many brows and it raised so many thoughts or assumptions.
Well, saying all of a sudden he's dead, because they said he's had this heart issue for
10 years.
10 years now, so it's not something all of a sudden. But the truth, like you pointed out, it's there are lots of conspiracy theories that comes out of the death of the former president of Tanzania. And also, just to add to it, like you pointed out, he was a devoted Christian, and of course a strong, stern believer of the fact that coronavirus is nothing and it can be defeated by herbal means and your faith. He was like a strong figure, like a figurehead for many others that did not believe in COVID-19 itself, in its existence, and the fact that we need to take this jab. So, yes, I believe lots of persons would be like, wow, if he's gone, what are we going to do? And since before his death, because everything his government have, the stories they pushed out there about his health, nobody said anything about his health. They said he was working hard.
Really hard.
Yeah, and like there are lots of questions surrounding his death right now. Yeah, because of what was said and the end results you get.
Yeah.
So it stirs up a lot of question. And
another thing that it stirs up is a new era for Tanzanian government, as you see the first female president come into play.
And it's looking at the bright side.
Yeah,
now.
Looking at the bright side. And a question, I think Iso asked that question, if she's going to really be in tandem with the reality of COVID-19 in Tanzania, or is it just a general conceptualization of many Tanzanians that COVID-19 does not exist?
One would want to think that if she is in tandem with the fact that COVID-19 is actually for real and we need to be vaccinated, then one might start thinking of the position of the opposition parties, feeling that maybe if she didn't say anything under his administration as a deputy, and now she's like, yes, this thing is real and we need to get vaccinated. Some persons might feel, maybe she has a personal experience.
Yeah.
And then the only place their minds will go to would be probably the former president.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why she feels that, yes, of a truth, COVID-19 is real. But whatever the case may be,
the pressure is going to really be much on her. Yes.
A lot.
Really be
a
much
whole
on
lot.
her. The opposition saying, look, change this narrative now that the man who was the primary COVID-19 skeptic is gone. We needed to change this narrative if Tanzanians are dying because of COVID-19. I mean, before this time, there was also a report about a particular rare disease that made them vomit blood at a particular time. And then we started seeing the drama play, and then now the president is gone. So the pressure is really going to be on her to change whatever legacy or narrative has been existing in this current administration. 4 years before the end of the administration. So she has ample time to do what she would be there to do, but under pressure, I know for sure.
Well, the opposition politician said last week that he had contracted COVID-19, but, well, it wasn't confirmed, and up till now has not been confirmed in any way. But all that we were told is that he died from heart complications at a hospital in Dar es Salaam. Samia Suluhu Hassan said this while addressing the public via television. A very unfortunate one there for the people of Tanzania. Okay, head back to BBC Focus Africa for the rest of the story.
If she's sworn in, she will become Tanzania's first female president. Well, I've been speaking to Zito Kabwe, and he's been giving me first his reaction to the demise of President Magufuli.
It is unprecedented. We never had such a situation, losing the sitting head of state. And it's a mixed feeling. As you know, Tanzania has been under dictatorship for the last 6 years. But at the same time, we are Africans, so we must mourn. So you can imagine how I feel and how many Tanzanians feel.
You called it a mixed feeling, mixed in the sense that he did some things right, President Magufuli.
There are a lot of wrong things that have been done in the country over the last 6 years. And of course, as president, there are some things which he was okay. But the whole issue of democracy, human rights issues will be discussed more and more.
How did you hear of his passing?
I heard from the national TV, but also we already had some information before, but the official communication through the national TV, and then we confirmed.
Like other opposition parties that I'm sure you're aware of, did you have any information beforehand that the president was ailing?
I had a lot of information before, and we issued a statement the day before yesterday regarding the situation. Yes, I knew.
So what information did you have beforehand?
That he was incapacitated. He was not able to perform the duties of the president. But apart from the information that the international media published, the president never left the country. He never went to Kenya, neither to India.
Now, you say you were in contact with the vice president, who is probably soon to become the president. What's she been telling you?
They called her after. I just offered my condolences as she accepted my condolences.
Has she said anything about the way forward for Tanzania?
No, not at all, not at all, not at all. You know, we are Africans. Africans mourn, regardless of the situation. The mourning period always is a priority, and then other things follow. So it was impossible for the president-elect to say anything because she was mourning, as every other Tanzanian are. We are Africans. We have our traditions. So sometimes we have to observe them. Even if we have strong opinions about something, we always reserve and wait for the mourning period to pass.
But the machinery of government doesn't mourn. It must go on.
The machinery of the government must go on. The constitution must go on. And I hope that the constitution will be followed to the letter, observed, and respected.
Now, has your party, the ACT, released any statement at all?
We released yesterday, immediately after I spoke with the vice president, the president-elect. I issued, on behalf of the party, a statement in both English and Swahili to mourn the death of the president and to wish a smooth transition to the first female president in East Africa.
Now, as you well know, Mr. Kabwe, a key feature of the former president's time in office, of course, was his dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. There are several issues to do with that. For example, the sort of denial of the virus and then the acceptance of it and then the denial again. You know, refusing to report numbers of COVID infections to the WHO, for example, the blocking of procurement of vaccines to help treat people who may have died as a result. Do you expect that to change now with the new president in place?
I hope so. It will be very strange if President Samia Suluhu Hassan will not change tack. Then there is a lot to do going forward.
And Mr. Kabwe, what legacy do you think President John Magufuli leaves behind?
It's a mixed legacy. The last 6 years were very tough for the political opposition. The last 6 years was very tough for the media freedom, for business community. But at the same time, the last 6 years, we have seen massive infrastructural projects being conducted in the country. So different people will judge Magufuli from their own prisons.
Zitto Kabwe, leader of Tanzania's opposition ACT Wazalendo party. Now, late President John Magufuli was a unique politician in the sense that he wore his faith on his sleeves, ensuring his regular church attendances were live streamed. Indeed, it was his string of absences from church that got people muttering as to his state of health. Dr. Benson Bagonza is bishop of the Karagwe Diocese of the Evangelical Lutheran Church.
Well, it's shocking for the country. This is the first time that we are losing a sitting head of state, so we are not familiar with that, and therefore it's shocking.
When you say it's shocking, does it have more to do with the fact that people were misled about the state of his health?
I think both ways. People were misled, and therefore they kept their hopes so high, thinking that maybe he was too busy not to be seen in public. So the announcement that he has passed on got them with a shock because they were not expecting this.
Were you part of the people with quote-unquote inside information as to the health and well-being of the president?
Well, who am I to do that? I might, but that is kept discretionary.
Well, you're a key bishop in the Catholic Church. I would assume you would know.
Well, when you have a very active, outgoing leader who is always visible and not shying away, and then suddenly you lose him on the ladder screen, you can easily tell that there is something amiss.
Indeed, and on a serious note, Bishop Bagonza, you talked about having a leader not shine. You also had an ambassador for your faith in a man that wasn't shy to wear his religion on his sleeve.
Yes, of course. That was one of the landmarks of his public life, that on every Sunday he would be seen going to church, and he would not just walk in quietly and live quietly, he would say a word. So he was not shying away from his faith.
Indeed, and you've had your run-ins with the government. I mean, back in December, for example, of last year, you tweeted, and I quote, "There are people who seek to impress those in power by taking my life," end quote, and that they have camped here, I believe, at your residence, as they look for ways to hurt me. No one has sent them. They believe that by doing so, they will get favors of higher authorities. Now, do you think those threats are now going to recede with the passing of President Magufuli?
Receding, that one I might not know, but the fact that we had a very strong leader who was surrounded by the people who, in one way or another, they would do everything to impress him. And I take that to mean that sometimes they will go out of their way to do something without his permission. And that's what might have happened in last December.
And that's Bishop Benson Bagonza of the Karagwe Diocese of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Tanzania. And that's it from Focus on Africa for now. Tanzanians have started a 14-day period of mourning for the late President John Magufuli. The opposition has called for a swift transfer of power to avoid a constitutional vacuum. I'll be back in 90 minutes with more news from Tanzania. Until then, from me, Esau Williams, thanks for the privilege of your company.
This is the BBC.
And yes, thank you so much, Isor and the BBC. It's been a really sad one for Tanzania and Africa at large, but we have to still say goodbye to the former president of Tanzania.
Yeah.
Dave Robert, thank you so much for doing the program with me.
Thank you very much. I thought you wanted to say era talk, but thank you so much. We'll do this again same time next week. For Monday, it's going to be another wonderful time to have a conversation with you. Do have a very wonderful weekend. For Chirafwa.
You too. And you have a beautiful weekend. Just stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM. Lots of packages coming your way. Programs, that is. Yeah, coming your way shortly. Opinion poll coming up next with Dave Roberts. And by 10 p.m. is the world news. And Today 95.1 FM. Just stay with us and good evening.
Hello.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
You don't have to be in government to serve. You don't have to hold a political office to change lives. It was Mahatma Gandhi that said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. So before you point out how the government has failed in service, ask yourself, are you being of service to your fellow Nigerian in your own little corner? As Mother Teresa puts it, unless life is lived serving others, it is not worth living at all. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
And now, the moment you've been waiting for.
This is Port Harcourt's number one. Here we go. Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM. Today. All the information you need to start your day. Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM. Today.
Depend on it.
Right now. Right here.
24 hours a day, all week long.
This is Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Text in or WhatsApp now on 0701 9339962.
And now, the moment you've been waiting for.
This is Port Harcourt's number one. Here we go. Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM. Today.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma dey match am. They go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrested me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
Una don hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message given now. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
Here at Today 95.1, we keep the conversations rolling. Keep it going. We keep it flowing. We keep it.
Guy, don't do that.
Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
And welcome to another very wonderful edition of the program Opinion Poll, right here on your premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. It's the last for the week. How time flies, it's so funny. It's already Thursday. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the program Opinion Poll, right here on your premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. It's that program basically designed for you to be part of, where you give your opinion or your thoughts or what you feel or think as regards particular issues we'll be addressing tonight, okay? Or every other night. My name is Dave Roberts, and Gloria Carter is in the building with me tonight. Good evening.
Good evening. Today you didn't call me Gloria Hart. Okay, that's the Lord at work.
We're getting to understand and adapt to the different versions of Gloria.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I
every other person had an idea of Gloria, and now we just get to understand and adapt.
Okay, that's very good to know. That's
How was your day?
My day was great. You can see my new hair on.
Obviously, okay.
Yes, yeah. How was yours?
It was great. It was great.
How did you know I was about to ask you that? I didn't even finish. You just answered.
Because obviously it was great. So you can't deny the fact that it was great.
Of course.
All right. Welcome.
Can tell.
And like I would always do, I want to appreciate everyone who has been calling and texting throughout the week. It was, a very wonderful conversation throughout the week. On Monday was a very topical issue that drew interest from different spheres or different vocational spheres or looks or approach, however you want to term it. Using your head, making sure that you get your hand involved in things that are practical and things that generate money for you, rather than admitting the fact that we might not just be lazy people, according to some people's speculations. And then we moved over to Tuesday, where we talked about something very important also. Wednesday was wonderful. Yesterday we talked about parents. And today we would like to relate what we did on Tuesday or on Monday. Was it Monday or Tuesday? We talked about agriculture.
It was Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would like to relate something as a follow-up story to what we talked on Tuesday. Okay, so if you want to be part of this conversation, you can call in. The studio numbers to reach us are 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951, or you can send in your text messages or your WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. I take the numbers again. 0817 0000951 or 0810 951 951. Wherever you're calling in from, I would love to hear from you. Okay, whether you're in River State or you're outside River State, in Bayelsa State, in Kaduna, Bauchi, in Lagos,
everywhere,
in any other part of the south location, wherever you're calling in from, would love to hear from you as regards what we're going to be talking on tonight. And tonight's conversation is something that I've mentioned this a couple of times, or I think just once before now, and I saw a story that prompted me to do a follow-up to what we are to be discussing tonight. Now, if you have been particularly interested with the whole issue of rice in Nigeria, and I mentioned rice, I mean, some people just got excited. Most people in Nigeria love food. We just want to eat, but we don't want to plant. We want to harvest, we don't want to plant. We just want to go up, go where there are occasions.
Let's just reap. Let's just,
Now, just imagine for a second if you went to an occasion one day and then you discover that, or you wake up one morning and you discover that, no more rice in Nigeria. How would you feel?
I feel like, the world is coming to an end.
Oh, you feel like the world is coming to an end? I'm
telling you, gosh, I can't imagine the world without rice.
Rice.
No. That won't happen. You shouldn't ask such questions.
Yeah.
Of course.
So from people who feel like no more weddings, no more birthday parties, no more celebrations because there is no rice.
Like there is no rice. Do you know what rice is doing for this country?
I tell
And
you.
Parties?
I tell you.
Dave.
But I feel like it's getting too much attention. That is why it now looks like we are now dependent on rice. I know it's part of our daily food routine, okay, but it's getting too much attention. I mean, it's carbohydrates. What happens to beans?
Well, it's because it's rice.
I told myself when I was growing up, I feel like during my wedding, beans
and plantain.
It's there. You do not want to take it out of the equation.
Well, it will be there, but rice also has to be there.
Why did you mention it specifically, beans and plantain? Because you heard from a little bird.
No, is it not you?
All right, so we want to talk about rice in Nigeria. And why I brought the story up is because of what one particular state is doing.
Okay.
I made mention of this particular thing last year, and we just talked about it. And this time, I feel like we can, just copy paste what the state is doing and go on with what we are doing in Rivers State. I'm talking about the fact that Kebbi State has.
Okay.
Kebbi State now has a success story with, the production of rice in Nigeria. Apparently, they have a rice pyramid. And, their development in making sure that rice is not just something that you eat, it's something that we produce, it's something that we develop here, it's something that we're not dependent on one foreign country to send to us or one big exporter to get into us right here in Nigeria. Kebbi State is making sure that these things are mitigated. We have it here, we plant it here, we grow it here. It's beneficial to us here. And then the cost of importation and the cost of production is reduced. Okay, so there is a success story right now for Kebbi State as they, intentionally want to mitigate the issue of rice farming in Nigeria. And now they're making sure that these things are grown. Okay. And like I saw the picture, very nice. It's called a rice pyramid.
Yeah.
Very nice, grown, stored, processed, and stored in Nigeria. Now mitigating the issue of going to pay for delivery or importation or production. All those things will now be mitigated. And I'm feeling, look, isn't it something that if a state is doing? Now we mentioned something last on Tuesday that we are now relinquishing most of this agricultural jobs to particular states. Isn't it something that we should start encouraging? Why should we still relent when we see other states doing things like this?
It should be a source of motivation, for us to also venture in it, and Kebbi State is it's actually, like you said, being more intentional with rice production, having the rice pyramid over there, and becoming the main hub of rice production in the country. So I think you've just said it all. You don't need to start importing rice or looking for it to get rice. But I have another issue with this, actually. And my issue right now is, will we actually patronize our locally made rice? This is another issue here.
Would you patronize our locally made rice for your wedding ceremony?
You mean me?
Yes.
Should I answer?
Yeah, I feel you should.
Okay. I think one of the reasons we have the snob effect on our locally made products or farm produce is, I think, quality.
Okay.
Yes. For the locally made rice that we've had so far, I know there are some that are coming up now, which actually look better and do not have a lot of stones in it. I think that's the issue we've actually had with our locally made rice. We We have so much sand and stones, and sometimes even after washing and washing and washing, you still realize that you still eat stones or sand in that rice. Imagine eating rice and you're eating stone.
Yeah.
It
spoils the whole taste, taste and everything.
Everything. So now, if we can actually get good rice from this rice pyramid in Kebbi State, why not?
Now that's another thing you're pointing out. Do we now need to wait until it's done in another state? Now, stories like this, I tend to bring stories like this back to back because of how important it is, especially to people living in River State. I mean, we appreciate the fact that things are going on infrastructurally. Okay.
Yeah.
We appreciate the fact that things are going on infrastructurally. We love the bridges.
Yeah.
We love the new roads. We love, the new projects that are being commissioned, the health facilities. We love them. Okay. But talking about money spin-offs, if we deliberately take the same amount of energy, the same amount of strength and time and dedication and tenacity into setting things like this, probably not even the same amount, probably half of the amount, okay? Decide that in River State, we also want to become or want to have a rice hub for the nation.
Yeah.
A rice hub that is going to serve, people of River State, that is going to be a source of revenue for the state, a source of revenue, a source of employment for youths in the state, and then a very wonderful, it's also a sort of tourist attraction, who would not want to see a rice, an active and effective rice hub in River State. We love what is going on, but can't things like this be done targeted specifically, towards the production of very important and essential things like this, in Nigeria? It's a very big question on my mind right now.
It's actually possible to have something like this. Anything is possible, actually, as long as you set your mind to it, and as long as people are ready to make it happen. So having a rice pyramid in the south is not going to be much of a big deal if the government considers it important and a source of revenue to the state. So it's something that one or two persons just need to come together. Like we were talking on Tuesday about how that we just rely on a certain part of the country to produce these foods, and then bring it down this way for us. And I have also noticed another thing, which we also pointed out on Tuesday, how that people on this side of the world, they do not consider farming as something to venture into, something that would actually yield much profit. They consider farming as a poor man's thing. And so going
mentality,
venturing into it would be demeaning
to them, to their status in society.
Exactly. So if the government actually decides now to put up something like that, all right, now, are we going to really have people who would want to work?
Now, just so I don't cut you off there.
All right.
Something is getting into my mind.
Okay.
We were supposed to get across to someone from the Ministry of Agriculture in River State as regards this particular issue, but we couldn't because of some technical difficulties. I'm thinking, okay, is there any particular thing like the River State Rice Farmers Association? I really don't know. But if there is and you're part of it, I'll need you to call in on the show, so we can extensively look for ways, prefer solutions to this particular issue of concern. And then also, like you rightly pointed out, people right here in the south region, we feel like it's not really something that they can dabble into or want to take as a very long-term act or trade. And it will surprise you to know that there is actually a rice farm in River State, Rumewo Rice Farm.
Oh,
Okay. And it has the capacity to employ thousands of people.
Okay.
But what is going on?
Exactly what I was about
All
to
right, so
ask.
that's why we keep bringing things like this back to the spotlight. Back to the spotlight. We want to know. We want to know. Should we just fold our arms and just watch? Meanwhile, some people will still argue the infrastructural development. It's sort of stereotyped around particular locations and regions.
Okay.
So it's not like it's gotten across everywhere in River State, but the governor's assured that during his administration, he's going to touch most of these places in River State, not just Obiakpo and Falga.
Yeah.
But we are saying, can't we, even if it's just half of the amount of commitment or financial input, can't we have it channeled towards this rice farm? Okay?
Yeah.
This rice farm. And make sure that to some extent, because we're looking at employment, we're looking at revenue generation, we're looking at collective growth for the state, the state's economy.
Yeah.
So it's something
And
that is
subsequent food supply.
And then ameliorating the poverty condition for
Exactly.
indigents of River
Yeah.
State. I mean, someone who wants to right now, with all with all due respect,
Why did you
most of the
laugh?
times I opt for other food. Okay?
Okay.
You know, family and friends coming around, you want to cook rice. I'm like, okay, can't we just do something else? Let's cook soup. Okay, it's more economical. And you know,
yeah,
because of the
yeah.
cost. Not saying I can't afford it, but you know, the cost of having this thing on the table for a very longer period of time as opposed to how it was growing up.
Yeah.
All right. So we would really want to know. We really want to know. Okay. Do we need to see the government? We talked about the government not being involved in agriculture on Tuesday. But now we really want it to be a very pressing issue that the River State government should take it as an intentional act to be responsible for these rice farms in River State. Okay, so if you want to be part of this conversation, you can reach us on the numbers 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951, or you can send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Hello and welcome.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Cookigam. You're welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. Dave, you see this rice farm issue you're saying about?
Yeah.
You mentioned the Rumewo rice farm. The former administration of Rotimi Amechi proposed a rice farm in that place. Acquire land, acres of land, Rumewo. Have you been to Rumewo before?
I have not.
Just after Emoha, just 2-3 posts by your left, you just walk right inside that place. You see that massive rice farm. They will employ at least, later it is small, it's 5,000 workers.
Wow.
At least it is small, 5,000 workers will work there. And if any government that gives 5,000 workers employment has done a creative for a state. So my own, I look at time will come, it's from south to southeast. All of the pendant will be coming from north. That strike they went. If that's like continue for 1 month, and you are seeing a very weak point in south and southeast. Because all of us now run to city, go to go and we are tired, go do work color job, forget our origin agriculture. When I was younger, I know our people used to use these palm fruits, granite, all these small things, fish them. But today now, all of us are going to celebrate, going to share, maybe to look for work. So today, we have unemployment in River State, the second largest in this part of Nigeria, in River State unemployment. So I am saying to River State government, they should think and just that flavor at the Ikoku, they should leave that one. That's 6 billion because two of them is the flavor at the Ikoku and Waterline is 12 billion. They should leave one, take 6 billion. Put
community.
In the next 1 year, you will see massive food production from that rice farm.
All right.
For instance, as far as it is today, they are looking. There's no one thing. Say we are both of agriculture. Whether it's plantain, whether it's cassava, nothing at all. It's bad. What the whole Northern State government today do, what Katie is doing. If it goes this way, they will be like this Thailand of Nigeria.
Very true. Very true.
Going.
Very true.
It will be like Thailand. So
yes.
The River State government, let it be these 2 years. let it invest in agriculture. It will give people a job. They are begging him. Rivers will have employed the Rivers is second highest in Nigeria. It will give us job. God bless you, my brother. Right on, I'm with you.
Thank you very much. That's why we're bringing issues like this to the spotlight. Now, I want to ask something, okay? I do not know for sure if there is. I stand to be corrected, okay? If there is there any Rice Farmers Association of River State? And if there is, why is that particular organization not really vocal about the condition of rice farmers in River State? Why are they not saying anything? We have not heard reports. The rice farmers came out to protest and said, look, we need our rice farms in River State. Even if people argue that the atmosphere is not conducive enough for rice farming, but I know for sure, all right, if Rumewo can do it, if it's possible in Rumewo, that means it can be possible in any part of River State. Now, some people say the soil is not conducive enough, but we can, okay? There are things, there are mechanized ways we can approach this particular thing, technological ways we can approach it. So if the government of River State carries, every other sector along, these are the things we need to see. Okay, we really appreciate if the government is listening. We really appreciate the fact that we have infrastructural development, going on. Yet again, people also argue, is this giving us room for employment? Which young man is making money off those bridges? Okay, it's not like it's pain, but it also ameliorates the condition of Rivers indigents. Okay, it serves as a landmark for River State. I mean, you want to drive through and go across to where you're going in time. So, if we need things like this, why isn't the government paying attention to that? The rice farms in Rumewo. Do we keep depending on the North for every single thing? Even if it's not wrong, because we're still all Nigerians, but do we keep waiting on them? And then when one particular issue comes up, we start complaining. 95.1 FM? 0817-0000-951 or 0810-9510-951. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. All right, Ogaloki, you're welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You're talking about rice. Let's just extend it to this as well.
Extend it to what?
To beans.
Okay.
You know that a bag of brown beans, as I'm talking to you now, is 54,000 naira.
Wow.
Just a bag.
Wow.
A bag of gari now is 30,000 naira. You know how I have the knowledge? That is what I deal on.
Okay.
Now, talking about from the beginning of the program, you are talking about food, Nigerian local rice, and you also asked if she will use the rice for her wedding. Even by the time you wedded yours, it might be Nigerian rice, that rice you called Mama Good. It might be Nigerian rice that you're using. Because we have very good species of Nigerian rice. You only repack it and put it in a foreign bag rice and give it a very clean and good name.
Wow.
That is how it is. Have you heard of Mama's Pride today?
Yes.
Mama's Pride rice is owned by Olan. And Olan is not imported rice. They only go to north, part of the north and buy farm from the northerners. Then harvest the rice, process it in their own farm, because they also have one of their headquarters, one of the states there. Then Mama's Pride today is one of the, it's even more better than the one you even call the foreign rice. Now, you go to Labana rice. Have you heard of Labana rice before?
I really don't take time to understand his names. Yeah.
The state government.
Oh.
Labana rice.
Okay.
Last December, when I want to purchase that rice, I asked for half trailer. They said no, only full trailer. And calculate 25,000 naira times 600 in a trailer load. You can see how many million naira you're making just from only rice.
Yes. And that one was based in Ekiti State.
Yes, I'm sure. Yeah, it should be Ekiti.
Havana rice.
It
Yes.
belongs to the state government.
Wow.
Yes. And they don't, apart from trailer, they don't sell. And we have the soil here. You know that all these northern states, the fertilizer they are using, they are cutting it away from here in River State. We that own the fertilizer, and equally our soil is productive, we are not, even the individuals, the government are not saying anything about it. That is the reason why after vying for government position, maybe councillor or chairman, you will still be hungry for more. I know of a councillor in my area from Rumi Bekwe community. After he stepped out from councillor, he opened agricultural farm. He has both fish and fowl and so many
birds. Yes.
More than 20-something plot of land. So only him.
All right. All right. We have to cut. I'm sorry. We had to cut you now because of.
Thank you.
Thank you very much because of the news at 60. Stay tuned. Do not go anywhere.
Today's news. In 60. In 60.
The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has raised the alarm about 10 million additional children marriages may occur between 2030 in developing countries as they face short and lifelong consequences. The Niger State House of Assembly has directed the Committee on Education and Legislative Compliance to probe the non-release of the National Examination Council results of over 30,000 students who sat for the 2019-2020 Senior Secondary School examination. The Provost Federal College of Education, Akuka, Lagos, Dr. Wahab Aziz, has said the installation of CCTV cameras around the college was to improve security, debunking claims that they were being fitted in the hostels for wrong reasons. The Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Polytechnics, Yaba College of Technology, Yaba Tech Chapter, has given the rector, Mr. Obafemi Omokumbe, an engineer, 2 weeks to redress the situation where teaching staff have taken over some positions meant for non-teaching staff as required by law. On the foreign scene, school children in Bolton, United Kingdom, will be able to attend free holiday clubs during the Easter break as part of a 1.5 million euro program agreed by the council.
Today's news. In 60. In 60.
There is a vacancy for a vibrant marketing officer with vast knowledge in media buying and prospecting. You must be capable of innovative thinking and should be result-oriented. Please note, only experienced media marketers. Send your CV to newscareer95@gmail.com.
All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
All right, welcome back. It's still your premium talk news and sports station right here in the city of Pawtucket, Today 95.1 FM. And it's still Opinion Poll, that program that you get to call in and contribute on particular subject matter we are discussing on tonight. And I'd love you to call in on this number, 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510-951. Or you can send in your text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-996. I'm seeing your messages coming in. I really appreciate keep sending them. Definitely read them. Back to the phone lines. Hello and welcome.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome. What's your name?
My name is B.O.B.
Mr. B.O.B., it's been a while. Welcome.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I do it to you.
Okay.
Here is a pathetic story. He who blew the pipe to get the dance. In time of war, the person that has food and water win the war. And that is what makes the Biafrans lose the war. Because they are cut off from food supply. They are told that we are doing raw cassava, drinking their urine, and they are put without salt. So they cut off supply from them, and then they have to surrender. They are dying from starvation. I thought that the pandemic teach politicians a lesson. I'm telling you, now after the pandemic, what to happen? I'm not continuing flyover. not condemning food, not condemning any of the infrastructure. But I thought that more attention should be paid on agriculture. Empower farmers. Let me tell you, Ile Shagari has how many acres of land farm that produce carrots, onions, watermelon, cucumber, talk of Obasanjo oil, talk of other of the Alaji north. Look at the trailers in our road.
Yeah.
Look at the tankers for the petroleum. Go to the Elime, this petrochemical. Go to the plaza, that park, the plaza, this thing, at the Elime trailer park, coming off our river.
Yeah.
The transport, carrying goods. I'm telling you, we are still joking. Even in the Bible, there are some things that they can't play out divine prophecy. But they pray for exemption. God said there will be 7 years famine, 7 years plenty. No prayer can stop it because that's because of an agenda, the prophetic agenda. But we only pray for exemption that you will not be affected.
Okay.
Preserve food for 7 years so that when the 7 years will come, we'll be able to survive.
All right.
Our politicians are still driving us as if we don't know what to do. Look at empty land everywhere. We have rain, we have sun. For the north, look at their ground. It's rock.
All right.
The soil, look at it. But they're able to produce food. Tomatoes, if we want now, there's no tomato from the north. One tomato, 200 naira. Yes, our politicians are busy. I don't know, using whatever they want to do.
All right.
Our family, we have nobody in River State here.
All right.
And most of them, they have 10,000 acres of land that can produce even corn. Even all those things that we are eating.
All right, Mr. B.O.B.
Finally,
okay.
Let me ask you now. Shagari, for the family thing. For this Shagari, build a mansion, skyscraper. Will it affect Nigeria the way they find affecting Nigeria now?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
It wouldn't. So let's go to stomach infrastructure.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. B.O.B. All right. Now, to show you how concerned and deliberate we are about this particular issue, Iron Glory will be getting in touch with the chairman of the River State chapter of
the Rice Farmers
Association of Nigeria next week.
Yeah.
Also, I would like to have George from Rumewo community. He's been one of the people campaigning for the rice farmers, the Rumewo rice farm in River State. I'll contact George to be here. And then the other man who says he was into importing, dealing on rice, and then other food condiments and food stuff. I would like to have him here. Let's deliberately address this particular issue.
Sure.
Let it be that in this administration, we didn't just see only projects that, some people would say, hey, wake up any day and call yourself a governor and then you can do a project. But we really appreciate the fact that this project's come into play. But we also want to see things that outlive just infrastructural projects.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rice farm in River State needs to be here. It needs to be done. Okay. So due to this cause, we'll be going to Rumewo community. Expect us. We'll be coming there. Yes, definitely.
In a grand style.
Yes, gotten so many invitations to come there. So we'll definitely come there to Rumewo community, the rice farm. Would like to meet up with George. Would like to meet with the chairman of the River State chapter of the Nigerian Rice Farmers Association.
Yeah.
And would find a way. All right. This is why we have this program. Let's get a way to have this thing settled once and for all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd want to be proud to know that my source of rice is from River State. Look at
right?
Look at he mentioned Ekiti, he mentioned Kebbi, that they import rice from there, and it's in Nigeria, and it's really nice, So we can have things like this going on in River State. The soil is fertile enough. The condition of the atmosphere is good, so we can have it. All right. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, to get you first now. Wow.
My brother. My brother.
Now you've got to know.
You've finally gotten us. So go ahead. What's your name?
Victor.
Victor?
Yes.
All right. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Port see, this rice farming, blah, 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 and no blah, blah, is so alarming to my own ear. Because me, I know I have one illustration to tell you. See, in this, as you are there right now, in our heart, we have devil's voice and God's voice. And the devil's voice speaks louder than the God's own. You know, when you want to do anything that is wrong, the voice of devil will tell you, do it, nothing will happen. Do it, nothing will happen. But when God wants to speak, he will only speak low and tell you, don't do it. If you do it, this will be the repercussion. But you will never ever take that God's own. You always take that devil's own. And that's what is happening in that situation where you are right now. Do you know why I say this? All these people that is blah, blah, when we are not producing right, when we are already right for time we have been producing right, but we don't value it in our rights because of the hard situation of the rice is there. But when we are importing rice, we are not being hungry to this extent. Now that we are producing rice, so how many people that is affording the rice now? When I leave all these people where they make noise, they talk anyhow for radio station. You know, what am I saying? These people, they make all this noise, they are all APC members. See, let me tell you something. They want to promote this government to make sure that this government will continue. It will not work for them. Wallahi, God will stand against them. See, let me tell you something. That rice farm where they claim for Rumewa that Amechi built it. It wasn't Amechi. I cleared it. I used my bulldozer to go to that farm. I followed to clear that forest. Leave these people to make all this noise. They don't know anything about that farm. You know, it was Jonathan that brought that rice farm. So even in almost my place, they bring it. But the thing did not stand because of the bad government of Amechi. Because he was angry with Jonathan. He does not want anything that Jonathan brings to stand. You understand me?
Okay.
I don't talk what I do not know. Before this is where they beat around there. They just make noise, all about noise. Okay, see rice now. Okay, what about see gari? Today now, we cannot afford to eat gari again. Because of one particular government that just came on board. It's so annoying, my brother. You forget about these blah, blah, blah people. You understand? These people are just trying to promote this evil government as is stagnating this nation. Calling this nation one. Why this nation is not one?
All right, Victor, I would like to have a personal conversation with you. Can you send your number to our text message portal so I can call you and have this conversation with you?
I will try, my
All
brother.
right.
I personally, I carry bulldozer that good. Everybody, everybody they talk. They from Urume, they do not know the source of that farm.
Okay.
I know the source. Papa, they hire caterpillar bulldozer. This fish go there. Only clear them.
Thank you so much, Victor.
All right, thank you very much.
You know, he mentioned something, how that now that we've started producing and patronizing locally made rice, we can't even afford it anymore. Is it trying to say that the locally made rice is
now
more
becoming expensive?
Like more expensive than the foreign rice? Is that what it's saying?
No, I wouldn't be sure that it would be more expensive than the foreign rice.
I wonder why he's saying we can't even afford it anymore, or we're at least managing to eat rice before now.
The man who said he was importing from Ekiti State said it was, I think the amount is now, he said he wanted to import half a trailer.
Okay.
And then they said no, that it must be a full trailer. So probably the cost is also affecting the locally made and then imported.
You know, there's also another thing I've noticed in the Nigerian market. How the hike in prices of goods and services happen. Our locally made food, Gary.
You tend to wonder.
Like, I wonder, okay.
How does it really? Fish, my dear. Fish.
They'll tell you dollar don't increase.
How does the dollar affect?
I don't understand.
How does it affect the water?
I don't get it.
But people argue and tell you like the food, the feed they give to these things.
Okay,
you know,
they also
fish.
feed cassava.
My dear, I really don't know.
And I feed cassava.
Transportation probably. You know, if the fuel increases, definitely it will increase. And then insecurity. But I'm thinking, something got to my head while we were having this conversation. If we're not having the same, you know, to a large extent, we're not facing the kind of insurgency happening in the north. And these people still consistently and deliberately involve themselves in rice farming. Why can't we do it here? Leverage on the fact that we are not saying we are happy, in any ways that things are happening to them. I mean, we lost a couple of number of rice farmers just a few weeks back. And then over here, we are not facing those kind of insecurity challenges. Why can't we leverage on the fact that we have a peaceful atmosphere, our soil conditions is worth planting rice, and then we decisively get into rice farming and make it a very big thing for River State. It's something I just wonder. Why aren't we doing that?
I think we should start being more intentional about it.
Yes.
There could be a change.
Yes. Hello and welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother Dave and my sister in the studio.
All right.
Good evening.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
From Demo, I am Soti.
All right.
Yeah. I don't get it when people begin to play politics with food we eat again. That's the problem. If some person say they are producing rice, please don't let us have to go forward. So sure to these people.
Yeah.
About this person. No, I don't. My problem is the what. If I come out and say, yes.
I'm really sorry. The network connection was very poor there. But I got your point. Why are we politicizing who is producing what? Okay? That's another very valid point.
Yeah.
We doesn't really I'm the kind of person who is not partisan. Many callers will attest to that fact. Now, if this administration has a goal, okay, that they want to produce rice.
All right.
It is the sheer collective benefit of every other person in that particular. You can't say if an APC member or an APC governor produces rice, a PDP politician wouldn't eat from that or wouldn't benefit from that. We can't really play politics with things like this. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Exactly.
So if you're from a political party and then that political party brings development, it's the sheer benefit of every other person in the
That's
state.
where you see ulterior motives. You see greed and
I really don't
selfish
understand.
interest. And
I really do not understand.
Okay, also another thing we need to work on in this side of the country is this thing we call pull me down syndrome. If it's not you that is doing it, then nobody else should do it.
Yeah.
Nobody else should take the glory.
Yeah.
If you think you're trying to get to the limelight by doing good things, meeting the needs of the people, the other person wants to pull you down.
By all means.
By all means. We should also tackle this issue if we really want to thrive in any area of whatever that we're getting into.
All right. Back to the phone lines. Hello, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening. I'm Yadi Dele calling from Aba in Usiomaba.
All right, from Usioma, you're welcome. Go ahead.
The issue of rice farm requires a humble mind. It doesn't require people who want to work in oil industry. I think we should be sincere to ourselves. Now, if government wants to develop the rice farm industry, there's one thing they need to do. Mark these statements. It may be now or in future, it is required. Take at least 3 or 10 kilometers of land from each river.
From each river?
Into mainland.
Okay.
Make sure that it is only for farmers. Not for building of house. Not for any other thing except rice production and processing or any other agricultural produce.
Okay.
Now, if you look at, if you buy a land, definitely you build your house and then you talk about, if you are someone that loves trees and flowers, then you plan where each and everything will be. Now, in issue of a state or a country must develop according to their needs or what they want to produce.
Yes.
Assuming you buy a land, you want to produce eggs or you want to produce beds. Definitely, after building your house, you provide a space for poultry house. The same thing is applicable in large scale, in a state or in a country. As people are building houses, you provide land specifically for agriculture.
Okay.
All right.
If you look at foreign countries, you discover that they produce more than us, though we have more land more than them.
Yes.
Okay.
Because they have specifically provided for agriculture.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 200, 1,000 years coming, they have that plan in their mind where agricultural production will be. Now look at what Britain did in Zimbabwe. When Zimbabwe decided that they no longer want white farmers to have their land, what did they do? They went to other countries, acquired land, and started production. And when they produce, they send back the produce to Britain. Let me tell you, people, it is very dangerous to allow other people to produce foods for a particular people. You cannot be against the North and you are eating their food. Have you heard of Russian food poisoning? You people, in fact, we should be at peace with Northerners if we are eating their foods. But if we start producing our own foods, then we can say, okay, Northerners, you people should go.
All right.
But where we are being antagonistic against them, they can decide to harm us. Already they are exporting their own food. Now, we should develop our states according to what we want to produce. Assuming rice farm is not as lucrative as oil industry and gas industry,
yes,
then we plan ahead and say, okay, our state will be for oil and gas alone. Provide land, work with foreign partners to provide funds for those who can process the oil and gas and forget about agriculture. But if you want agriculture, land must be provided. Taking from the people and agreement with the people, and specifically for certain produce, which we have comparative advantage in terms of weather and climatic conditions.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Then another thing is this: we must go into finance raising for farmers once the land is acquired.
Okay.
If you do this, I'm telling you, even foreign partners will come and say, we have these machines, take and pay in advance.
Wow.
And you see there will be much production in this our south and southeast.
All right, thank you very much. You've raised a very vital, like you cut across even what we discussed on Tuesday.
Yeah.
You know, as land being the capital for agriculture.
Exactly.
Now he made a very vital point. You know, for states to intentionally take land out of sea.
Exactly.
You know, for
agricultural
purposes. I really like that conversation I had with you now. But let's just take some text messages. I'll do the text message, and then Gloria will do the WhatsApp messages. This one says, "My name is Imaman from Mba Iniche, River State. Please, the state government should give us employment, not empty rice." All right. That's
what
your
does
thoughts.
it mean? What's empty rice?
I do not know. This one says,
His
"I'm into
opinion.
agriculture. I'm starting farming of rice, barley, onion, tomatoes, carrot, cabbage, lettuce. I also grow English apple, strawberry, red grape, vines. I've bought I have bought, but some of the seeds that of onion seeds, carrot seeds, etc. The problem is that it is not easy to get grants or loans. I need support. My name is Argugu Igbugdi from Odua. All right, thank you very much. People who are responsible, the authorities who are responsible for this will definitely hear you. This one says, I don't know the type of rice you purchase with stone. I think they were referring to what we said earlier on.
He doesn't know what?
They say it doesn't know the type of rice you purchase with stone. But we wouldn't bring up this kind of thing if we haven't experienced it.
Is this guy actually in Nigeria? Or has he actually been eating Nigerian rice?
It says Ebony rice, Lake, Havana, Mama Gold, Nasarawa, Kebbi, and Koshari rice don't have a single stone in them. River State should have banana, fish, rice, and gari in abundance. Now, if Wike's antecedents by destroying all amities achieved in agriculture, okay, he says that if we would have had this in abundance if the governor hadn't destroyed all Amici had achieved in agriculture. Do you think the governor destroyed them? From Stan, thank you very much. This one says, okay, something is going on with the text message portal. Oh, my God, why is this happening right now? Let's just go over to WhatsApp quickly.
All right.
Oh my God, it's already down. What's going on? So just rectifying that while we take some other calls.
All right.
The numbers to call in and be part of the show, 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, my brother Dave.
Good evening. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Engineer Durant, popularly known as Something Moskiliman.
All right, Something Moskiliman. You're welcome officially.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the sister in the studio, her name, please.
Her name is Gloria.
Gloria.
What?
Gloria.
Oh, Gloria. Oh, Gloria. All right. Good evening once again.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, Dave. Although in Nigeria and River State in particular, we play politics with everything. Both the one that will benefit us and the one that will not benefit us, we play politics over it. But I'm telling you that there is time for everything.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Also, there is time for governance and there is time for politics. Now, I'm telling you, in terms of governance in River State, if the governor on his own leave the road infrastructure and give 90% attention to agriculture, people will still complain as a human being. After can we fly? Can we fly to our farms? Can't you renovate the road, construct the roads and everything? So that is human for you. But what I'm saying is that the River State government, although they need to give attention in terms of agriculture, just like what one of the callers always say or tell us, being the judge.
Yes.
Now, the right farm have not been to the place, but they always comment on it. And the River State government should give attention on it.
Yeah.
At least that burden will be a bit less for us.
All right.
And I know quite well that between Elele and Ahoda, we have a rice processing farm there.
Okay.
Which I know quite well. So we have a rice farm and we have a processing farm also. So you will see that importation of rice or going to North to go and bring rice will be a bit less burden to us.
All right, thank you very much.
Also a bit cheaper.
All right.
So what I'm saying that, but for me, this locally rice, my dear brother, I tell you, I beat my chest that the day I mark a stand on the rice, my dear, I regret why I should order my wife. In fact, tell my wife to put that on the pot.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Something Moskiliman.
Is our team. Thank you.
Because of time.
Maybe that's what must kill you according to your name.
Probably stone from rice.
All right. This one says, "Hey guys, I'm Jeffrey from Eneka. Well, it's obvious that the current South government don't think about the citizens. Earlier today, the governor was boastfully saying that he's the best governor ever. He claims to build build 8 flyovers. Flyovers don't put food on the table. Flyovers don't improve the lives of the average me and you. This government clearly don't have the best wish of the citizens at heart. It's really sad. There are no jobs in River State. This government has failed. We can only hope the next people can do better. In the meantime, Mr. Wike should continue with his hobby.
All right. 2 more, and then we call it a wrap for tonight.
That's what we have from the
WhatsApp.
Yeah.
All right. For the other man I told to send in his number, I'm sure you've sent it in. If not, this is the much we can take. Our text message portal is currently having some issues right now. Okay, this one says, good evening, Dave and others. A farmer planted and harvested rice in large quantity here in Igongidi, Rumikini last year. I saw it with my eyes. Easy, Dan. This one says, our politicians should understand the more hunger and that neglecting of the youth in the country is a bomb. It's a time bomb. Let administrations be centered on the people. Ambassador Wabwezi. This one says, okay, all right. It's very long, so I can't take it. This one says, Lagos State government only cries located in KB State. All right, because of time, we have to go right now. We have to make way for the news at 10. Do all to join us next week. It's going to be another wonderful and interesting time to be together with you. Stay tuned. Do not go anywhere.
All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Dave Roberts. In the headlines, Governor Nyesom Wike blames APC for increased insecurity across Nigeria. Bill to amend Section 32 of River State Public Procurement Law skills first reading in River State House of Assembly. President Muhammadu Buhari directs Minister of Health to ensure effective utilization of global funds to support fight against HIV/AIDS and other diseases. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Joe Biden accuses President Vladimir Putin of attempts to influence U.S. in 2020 elections. Now the details. Governor Nyesom Wike has said that by politicizing insecurity, the All Progressives Congress, led by federal government, has plunged the security-troubled state into an unimaginable scale of banditry that may not end soon. The governor said this when he received the board of editors of Independent Newspapers Limited, led by the company's managing director and editor-in-chief, Steve Omofome, at Government House, Port Harcourt. Governor Wike recalled that when he ran to the aid of the federal government in 2015, when River State was experiencing insecurity issues, they dismissed his cry for help.
Because you cannot see where things are going wrong. We had the same situation in 2015. APC governors were saying it was politics because they listened to one of their sponsors from the state who used our money to sponsor APC in 2015 election. They listened to him. They are killing APC people. The courtesan is the governor's one, bringing courtists to kill APC people, to kidnap APC people. I ran the federal government. Support me to fight this fight. They refused because they didn't want the state to be governed. Ask them whether they have ever won. They called me. Mr. Governor, we have heard what is going on. We have heard the courtists, how they are killing people. What do you want us to do? Should we send special forces to you as you are sending to other states? Nobody did that because they don't like the governor of River State. They don't like it, but they are paying for the price. Whatever you sow, you reap. If you sow peace, you reap peace. If you saw trouble, trouble will always be with you. They will never sleep well. When you catch courtists here now, they go to Abuja, IG will release them. They go and tell IG, it's our boys. They will tell the chief of army.
Governor Wike lamented over the denial trailing the $1 billion withdrawn from the Access Crude account, saying it is shameful that a government that is fighting corruption will allow both the money and the weapons to go missing and unaccounted for. Speaking further, Governor Wike berated the Nigerian press for losing their strength of voice to speak truth to authority with vehemence, as they did during the administration of President Goodluck Jonathan. The governor also wondered how the APC federal government will forget so soon that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, they are celebrating now today as Director General of World Trade Organization, has been accused of running down Nigeria's economy when they assumed office in 2015. Managing Director, the Editor-in-Chief of independent newspaper, Steve Omanufumwe, handed over a letter of award to Governor Wike as 2020 Governor of the Year on Infrastructure. A bill for a law to amend Section 32 of the River State Public Procurement Law Number 4 of 2008 has scaled through the first reading of the floor of the House of Assembly. This follows a letter sent to the State Assembly by the State Governor, Nyesom Wike, requesting that the bill be amended, requesting for an advance payment of more than 30% of the contract sum as mobilization fee. The majority leader of the House, Martin Imawele, said when passed into law, it may be cited as River State Public Procurement Amendment Law of 2021.
To amend Section 32 of the River State Public Procurement Law Number 4 of 2008 and for other connected matters therewith. Mr. Speaker, the bill has three clauses, and when passed into law, may be cited as the River State Public Procurement Amendment Bill Law of 2021 by the lead of Mr. Speaker and the entire House. And I proceed to lead the bill.
The Speaker of the House, Ikoyi Owaji Ibani, said the bill may authorize advance payment of more than the contract sum to any supplier under the provision subject to ratification of River State Executive Council.
Law number 4 of 2008, amendment bill for the consideration and enactment into law by the River State House of Assembly. The bill seeks to amend the existing law to provide and allow for the payment of mobilization fee above the 30% thresholds in case of reputable contractors by the River State government and other details. Thank you for the usual cooperation from the House. To amend Section 32 of the River State Public Procurement Law Number 4 of 2008 and for other matters connected therewith. HA 21, first reading taken.
Our correspondent reports that the House adjourned sitting until next week, Monday, 22nd of March, 2021. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has said it is not excited about the approval of $1.5 billion for the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery until the project is completed. River State Chairman of IPMAN, Obele Ngechu, in his reaction, made reference to the previously approved projects in the country that were never implemented or completed. Ngechu, however, said the rehabilitation of the refinery is a welcome development.
We as stakeholders in the industry will not want to start beating our drums and start commence dancing for them on the note that approval has been given. Recall that the approval for the construction of the East-West Road has been given since 60 years ago or 30 years ago, but we are here to see the completion of the project. So in Nigeria, trust is gone and no person will dance at the news of any approval until when we see machines as side and men as side that they are actually committed to the project. So, but in a nutshell, it is a good news that the approval has been given, but we will refuse to dance until when we see them outside. So if our refiners are working, it will be an end to importation of petroleum products and Nigerians will buy products at the best price. So we will wait until we see that outside, until we see the refinery work.
The zonal leadership of the Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Petron, has assured that if all stakeholders in the oil and gas industry adhere to the instructions of the government, there may be stability and substantial price reduction of fuel from next week. Speaking with our correspondent Ifunaya Obemendukwe, the zonal chairman of the Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Sonny Ingpe, said this can only be achieved if private depots sell fuel at the government stipulated price, adding that marketers sell in accordance with what they buy in depots.
The emphasis was on the depot facility operators to make sure that they sell the product to the retail outlet owners at the recommended ex-depot price of the approved ex-depot price of government, so that the retail outlet owners can as well sell to public at the stipulated government price of about 162 to 165. You agree with me that if the action is not taken from the private depots, there is no magic that we can do to make sure prices come down at the depots. The idea of using the retail outlets as a scapegoat should not be, because today we have been at the receiving end. We have virtually been thrown under the bus. If we actually go ahead and follow the government, what government is doing, we should be able to achieve a normalcy of substantial price reduction next week.
Ingpe, however, said that the Department of Petroleum Resources, DPR, has already instructed that private depot owners should sell petroleum products to petroleum marketers at the government-approved price.
The government has given a presidential directive through the minister and the GMB. We are committed in making sure that we all achieve normalcy. So as a matter of fact, I want to calling on the depot facility operators and the PDOs, private depot operators, to make sure that they adhere to the meeting resolution we had, and make sure that they make product available to the retail outlet owners at the recommended and approved price of ex-depot price of 148.17 naira per litre, so that this product can be available.
The Petrol Zonal Chairman further called on depot facility owners and private depot owners to adhere to the resolution held with the government. The last has not been heard about the fight that broke out between the people of Okuruma and Aboloma communities in Port Harcourt City local government. This is as some stakeholders in the Aboloma community have come out to tell their own story of what happened. The chairman of the Community Development Committee of Okurama Community, God's Power, Say Ofori, had allegedly accused the Aboloma community of starting the fight. But the immediate past chairman of Aboloma Council of Chiefs, Tamuno Konubia Gudi, is accusing Okurama community of instigating the fight, which led to the death of some peasants, while 7 other persons sustained various degrees of injuries. Tamuno Konibia Gudi called on the Rivers State government and security agencies to intervene on the face-off in order to curb further breakdown of law and order in the community.
The DPO said, let us maintain status quo. And to our greatest surprise, we begin to see Dokuru people begin to go shooting and fighting us. Even right now, they are even fighting us. But we, as peace-loving community, we want to respect the security agency so that we will not go against the law. For peace to prevail, I invite the government to intervene with immediate effect, because if it goes beyond that, our people too will be aggrieved to take the other part of the law. I want the security agency to be on ground, especially the disputed area where has been in crisis.
On his part, a traditional ruler in Aboloma community, Adoke Tam Maika, said the community is shocked that the Okurama community is now claiming ownership of adjoining communities, even when the land that they are occupying was given to them by Aboloma community.
They are our customary tenants by previous judgments. In 1954, Okuru sued us to court. We won them before Okuru Native Authority. In 1956, Okurama and Uruboko went to court, and Okuru said Aboloma settled him there, and Okuru won the matter. In fact, the white man that delivered the judgment said Okurama is inside Aboloma by the submission of Uruboko, the defendants, and the claimant, Okuru. That Okuru is inside Aboloma. And who gave them land? All the land we gave them was 32.08 acres of land. After building them, the rest of the land, they bought it from Aboloma.
Meanwhile, River State Commissioner of Police Friday Iboka and other senior ranking officers of the State Police Command have held an indoor closed meeting with stakeholders from Okurama and Aboloma communities as part of efforts to resolve the issues between the two communities. Recall that we brought you a report yesterday that both communities experienced unrest after a fight broke out between the two communities in the area. The fight resulted to sporadic shooting that lasted for hours, which led to several people sustaining injuries and the alleged killing of 2 persons. A report in which the spokesman of the State Police Command, Namdi Omoni, had dismissed. Our correspondent, Uchendu Ejowo, reports that neither the Commissioner of Police nor any member of the warring communities spoke with newsmen at the end of the meeting. In the meantime, security agencies have been deployed to the area, patrolling every street within the communities. Romaholu Security Planning and Advisory Committee, ROSPAC, had made another gain with the arrest of a female suspected drug peddler in the area. The commander of ROSPAC, Henry Amadi, who confirmed the development, said that the suspected female drug peddler, simply identified as Ifoma, was caught with over 200 grams of Indian hemp. Amadi, while complaining that drug intake in the area had caused a lot of damages in the community, disclosed that the suspect has been handed over to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agencies, NDLEA.
On the 15th of this month, we arrested 2 young men. Then we equally handed them over to NDLEA. Then after today, we arrested one other girl by name Ifoma. She has been also handed over to the NDLEA for questioning. We got about 250 grams of Indian hemp in her possession. So those two have been forwarded to the command. I did my findings, my research very well. I discovered that some of these guys who commit this crime, they do it as a result of drug intake. The drug dealers need to be chased out of the community or handed over to the NGLA so that we can be in peace.
A federal high court sitting in Abuja has declared Ifeanyi Ararume as the winner of the December 5th, 2020 Imo North Senatorial District by-election. Justice Taiwo, in a judgment, held that Ararume remained the authentic candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC. The judge also ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to issue a certificate of return to Ararume within 72 hours from the delivery of the judgment for him to be formally inaugurated by the Senate President. Less than 24 hours after about 300 primary and secondary school teachers in Imo State protested over the non-payment of their salaries, no fewer than 1,500 civil servants in the state have blocked the entrance gate to the state government house in Owerri in the protests over unpaid 12-month salary arrears. The protesters also blocked one lane of the government house roundabout, stopping vehicles from going in and out of the government house. The protest caused panic at the government house as security men manning the exit entrance battled in vain to disperse the protesting workers. Carrying their letters of appointment and postings, the angry workers said that they were at the government house to prove to the state governor, Hope Uzodinma, that they were not ghost workers or fraudsters. The Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma, had declared that those who had yet to receive their salaries up to date were ghost workers and fraudsters. The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Isika Amao, has vowed that kidnapping and banditry in Northwest will soon be over. Speaking during an operational visit to the Nigerian Air Force base in Kaduna State, Air Marshal Amao warned that criminals should prepare for the worst. He stated that the military will go after bandits and kidnappers in line with President Muhammadu Buhari's directive to bring back sanity and allow farmers to go to their farms without fear. Amao gave an assurance that the military was ready to deal decisively with bandits, terrorists, and other criminals disturbing the peace in the country. He also promised that the welfare and personnel of the Nigerian Air Force will be prioritized in order to boost their morale in line of duty.
Working towards that with the other security agencies, the platforms are ready for the operations, and we're also liaising with the the army and the other ground troops for the operation. The message I'll send to the bandits is that we are coming.
You are listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. This is still the World News on your Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM. The time is 19 minutes gone past the hour of 10. President Muhammadu Buhari has directed the Minister of Health to ensure effective utilization of global funds provision of $890 million over the next 3 years to support Nigeria's fight against HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. President Buhari issued the directive at the virtual launch of the $890 million grant for the period of 2021 to 2023, which will also support the establishment of resilient and sustainable systems for health in the country. The president, who assured donor agencies and development partners of judicious use of the grant, said the funding will complete investments in the health sector, help curb new infections and reduce HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria-related morbidity and mortality. The president also applauded the Global Fund for their contribution of the sum of $51 million during the early stages of Nigeria's response to the COVID-19 pandemic to procure personal protective equipment, test kits, and scale up diagnostic capacity. Vice President Yemi Osibanjo has said that Nigeria will require 2.3 trillion naira over the next 30 years to address the infrastructural deficit confronting the country. VP Osibanjo said since government's resources were completely insufficient, the only way to bridge the gap was by public-private partnership arrangement in one form or the other. In a statement by his senior special assistant on media and publicity, Laolu Akonde, the vice president spoke at the opening of a 2-day retreat of the National Council of Privatization, which will, among other things, celebrate the proposed amendment of the Public Enterprises Privatization and Commercialization Act 1999. Members of the Nigerian Governors Forum have backed the continued rollout of the AstraZeneca vaccines across the country. The governors insisted that the vaccine was safe for use, stressing that no side effects had been reported by those who have so far received the jabs in Nigeria. The concern about the use of the AstraZeneca vaccine, which had been suspended in some countries, formed part of the discussions at the meeting of the NGF. The meeting, which was presided over by the NGF chairman and Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi, received a brief on the status of the vaccine rollout from its COVID-19 Technical Advisory Group led by renowned virologist Professor Oyewale Tomori. In its briefing, CTAG recommended that Nigeria should continue to vaccinate all eligible persons with the AstraZeneca vaccine in line with the latest recommendations of the World Health Organization. The governors in their response reiterated that their belief in the safety of the AstraZeneca vaccine and decided to continuously encourage uptake of the vaccines by all eligible persons of their state. The latest SFTAS results show that 28 states achieved the disbursement-linked indicator to strengthen their procurement function of COVID-19 or emergency situations and facilitate the participation of SMEs in public procurement in the resilient recovery phase. First Lady Aisha Buhari is back in the country after spending 6 months in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The First Lady, who silently relocated abroad after one of her daughters, Hanan, got married in September 2020. Aisha is currently at the presidential villa in Abuja, She was said to have returned to the country on Wednesday night. On the foreign scene, United States President Joe Biden has said that Russian President Vladimir Putin is going to pay following a U.S. intelligence report that linked Moscow to an influence campaign that sought to swing the 2020 United States election from former President Donald Trump. The report, which was published by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, concluded that Moscow sought to push influence narratives that included misleading or unsubstantiated claims against Biden to U.S. media organizations, U.S. officials, and prominent U.S. individuals, including some close to former President Trump and his administration. It also concluded that Putin was aware and probably directed the campaign to undermine Biden, putting Trump in a good light. In an interview with ABC News, Biden said he had warned Putin that there will be repercussions to any confirmed meddling. And now to end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Governor Wike has blamed the APC for the increase in security across Nigeria. A bill to amend Section 32 of River State Public Procurement Law has killed a first reading in the River State House of Assembly. President Muhammadu Buhari has directed the Minister of Health to ensure the effective utilization of global funds to support the fight against HIV/AIDS and other diseases. And on the foreign scene, we told you that United States President Joe Biden has accused Russian President Vladimir Putin of attempting to influence the U.S. 2020 elections. And that was the news as edited by Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap under running water,